Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner of dreams. As the gentle whispers of spring lull you into the night, let your imaginations drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Cast aside your worries and embrace this tranquil moment where relaxation and soothing dreams are cherished. We hope you've basked in the beauty of this spring day, and now, delightful and calming stories await to guide you into a peaceful slumber. Story 1. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya whose quiet life was as predictable as the path of the sun. Her days were spent tending the small, somewhat neglected garden behind her cottage, a patch of earth that seemed to mirror the stillness within her own heart. The soil was stubborn, the colors muted, and the blooms, when they appeared at all, were shy and small. Anya herself felt this same muted quality. She was gentle and kind, but she moved through the world with a soft-footed caution, as if afraid to leave a mark. Her most peculiar trait, one she kept hidden beneath long sleeves and a quiet demeanor, was that her skin would sometimes, without warning, take on the faint, delicate patterns of things she touched. A brush against moss would leave a tracery of emerald veins along her wrist. The grain of the old oak table would imprint itself upon her forearm like pale woodwork. These changes were beautiful, but to Anya they were a source of confusion, a visible sign of an inner self she did not understand. One evening, as a late spring rain whispered against her window pane, she noticed a new marking. It was on the back of her hand, a pattern of intricate, crystalline frost, though the air in her cottage was warm. She felt a corresponding chill in her spirit, a loneliness as sharp and clear as ice. That night she dreamed of a seed, hard and dark, buried deep in frozen ground. The next morning a stranger was in her garden. He was an old man, bent like a well-used walking stick, with a face as lined and rich as the soil he was gently turning with his fingers. His eyes were the color of a summer sky after rain, and they held a deep, abiding peace. "Forgive the intrusion," he said, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like leaves in a gentle breeze. "I was passing by and saw that your earth was dreaming of more than it has been given." Anya, though startled, felt no fear. There was a familiarity about him, a sense that he belonged in this space as much as the old stone wall or the lilac bush. "It doesn't dream of much," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "It's as tired as I am." The old man, who introduced himself as Kael, simply smiled. "Tired earth holds the most potent dreams. It just needs a little help remembering." He pointed a gnarled finger not at the garden, but at her hand, where the frost pattern was just beginning to fade. "The world speaks to you, child, and you are beginning to speak back. That is a conversation worth tending." He did not stay long that first day, only long enough to show her how to listen to the soil, to feel for the tiny, sleeping vibrations of life within it. He called it listening with your roots. As Anya knelt and pressed her palms flat against the cool, damp earth, she felt a faint, rhythmic pulse, like a slow, sleeping heartbeat. A warmth spread from her hands up her arms, and when she pulled them away, the skin of her palms was patterned with the faint, beautiful spiral of a fern frond, fresh and green. Kael became a sporadic visitor, appearing always when Anya's confusion was at its peak, or when a new, bewildering change manifested on her skin. He never gave direct answers, only gentle guidance, like a gardener watering a seed and trusting the sun to do the rest. "Change is not a storm to be weathered," he told her one afternoon, as they watched a caterpillar slowly inching its way along a stem. "It is a cocoon to be woven, thread by patient thread." Inspired, Anya began to tend her garden with a new purpose. It was no longer a chore but a practice. She started small. She cleared a single square-foot patch of weeds, feeling the satisfaction of the clean, dark soil beneath her fingers. As she worked, a sense of calm purpose settled over her. The next morning, a single, perfect snowdrop had bloomed in that very spot, its white bell a tiny victory against the gray. On her collarbone a new pattern appeared, the delicate, white-veined skin of the snowdrop's petal. Her small victories began to accumulate. She learned the language of compost, turning kitchen scraps into black gold, feeling the generative power of decay. Her garden responded. Where once there had been dust, there was now soft, fragrant loam. A cluster of purple crocuses emerged, then a drift of golden daffodils that nodded their heads as if in approval. With each new bloom, a corresponding mark would grace Anya's skin, a splash of golden yellow on her shoulder, a streak of royal purple along her ankle. They were no longer frightening, they were a diary of her progress, written in living ink. Kael taught her about the patience of seeds. They hold entire forests within their tiny shells, he mused, handing her a packet of forget-me-not seeds that felt like specks of dust. They do not rush, they wait for the right combination of warmth and moisture, of darkness and light. Your own understanding is like that, it has its own season. Anya planted the seeds, and as she did, she whispered to them her own hopes, her own fears of remaining small and unseen. She tended them daily, and the waiting itself became a kind of meditation. During this time, she noticed the skin on her back felt different, not patterned but thicker, slightly textured, like the parchment of an old book or the beginning of a chrysalis. One day a challenge arose. A swift late frost threatened to wipe out all her tender new growth. Anya felt a familiar panic, the old urge to retreat. She stood in the midst of her vulnerable garden, feeling the bitter air, and on her arms the frost patterns returned, sharp and cold. She was about to give in to despair when she remembered Kael's words about the cocoon. A cocoon was not a prison, it was protection. It was a safe space for a profound change to occur. She moved through the garden not with haste, but with a slow, deliberate grace. She gently laid old sheets and baskets over her most delicate plants, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. She hummed a soft, wordless tune, a lullaby for her sleeping flowers. She wasn't fighting the frost, she was working with it, creating a temporary shelter. As she worked, a remarkable thing happened. The frost patterns on her skin did not spread. Instead, they softened, shimmered, and transformed into a beautiful, intricate lacework of silver, like moonlight on a spider's web. She had met the cold not with fear, but with wisdom, and it had answered with beauty. The frost passed, and her garden was saved. The forget-me-nots finally sprouted, a haze of tiny green specks against the dark earth. Kael visited on the day the first true blue flower opened. "You see," he said, his eyes twinkling. "You have learned the language. The garden speaks in blooms and growth. You speak in patience and care, and together you create a song." Anya looked at her hands, now dusted with the faint, blue-freckled pattern of the forget-me-nots. She felt a deep, resonant hum of rightness within her. The static confusion was gone, replaced by a flowing, gentle understanding. The textured skin on her back felt warm, as if cradling a secret promise. That evening she sat in her garden as the fireflies began their twilight dance. The air was thick with the scent of lilac and turned earth. She felt a gentle, irresistible pull, a need to stretch, to unfurl. She stood in the center of her path, surrounded by the life she had coaxed from dreaming seeds, and took a deep, full breath. There was a soft, rustling sound, not from the leaves, but from her. The parchment-like skin on her back gently parted. From it emerged two vast, breathtaking wings. They were not the wings of a bird, but of a moth, soft and velvety as a midnight sky. They were patterned with a living tapestry of her journey, the emerald green of the moss, the gold of the daffodils, the silver lace of the frost, the delicate blue of the forget-me-nots, all swirled together with the deep, rich brown of the earth itself. She flexed them gently, feeling the air stir around her. There was no shock, only a profound and peaceful completion. This was not an ending, but the true beginning of her story. She was not leaving her garden, she was becoming a part of its wider dance. She could now tend to the flowers that bloomed only in starlight, and pollinate the dreams that slept in the highest branches of the sleeping mountains. Kael was there, standing by the gate, though she had not seen him arrive. He did not speak, only nodded, his smile a benediction. Then he turned and faded into the gathering dusk, his purpose fulfilled. Anya looked up at the first stars pricking the deep blue sky. Her transformation was complete, yet it was also a beginning. The cocoon was empty, the seed had become a forest, the patient waiting had borne fruit more wonderful than she could have imagined. With a gentle beat of her magnificent, story-woven wings, she lifted softly from the ground, not to fly away, but to join the gentle, everlasting metamorphosis of the night. Story 2. Deep within the heart of the world lay the elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots were said to drink from the same waters that fed the stars. It was a place where night did not fall, but rather settled, like a soft, indigo blanket gently laid upon the earth. The air here was cool and carried the scent of damp soil, pine resin, and night-blooming jasmine. It was a kingdom of moonlight and whispers, where the very shadows seemed to breathe. On this particular night, when the moon was a perfect, luminous pearl suspended in a velvet sky, a young badger named Corbin was feeling a deep and unfamiliar restlessness. He had burrowed into his cozy set, lined with dried ferns and soft moss, but sleep would not come. A strange, silent hum seemed to vibrate through the earth, a feeling that something in the forest was out of rhythm, like a skipped heartbeat. Finally, giving up on sleep, he pushed his way out into the open. The forest greeted him with its nightly symphony. The wind, a gentle tenor, sighed through the needled boughs of the pines. A nearby stream, its waters dark and smooth as polished obsidian, sang a soft, gurgling lullaby over stones worn smooth by centuries of its caress. High above, the leaves of the ancient oaks and ashes rustled, sharing secrets in a language only they understood. Corbin's path, lit by the pale silver of moonbeams filtering through the canopy, was dotted with patches of bioluminescent fungi. They glowed with a soft, greenish-blue light, like fallen constellations, illuminating the way over gnarled roots and moss-covered stones that felt like velvet beneath his paws. Fireflies, living embers, drifted lazily through the air, their silent flashes punctuating the darkness. He was drawn toward a clearing he knew well, a wide, open space where the starlight could pool unimpeded. In its center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its long, trailing leaves shimmering with a delicate, internal silver light. This was Sila's, the elder willow, who was said to have been a sapling when the mountains were still young. His bark was gnarled and furrowed like a wise old face, and his presence radiated a profound, calming peace. As Corbin approached, he saw that Sila's was not alone. A great horned owl was perched on a low-hanging branch, her feathers the color of smoked wood in moonlight. This was Naira, who saw all the forest's comings and goings with her vast, knowing eyes. A small hedgehog named Pippin was there too, curled not in a defensive ball, but in a posture of attentive listening. "Your footsteps are heavy with questions, little digger." Silas's voice was not a sound heard with ears, but a resonance felt in the heart, like the deep, foundational hum of the earth itself. It was slow and gentle, like stones shifting in a sleepy river. Corbin sat, the cool grass tickling his belly. "I cannot sleep, Elder Silas, the forest feels anxious. The stream's song seems hurried, and the stones feel cold beneath my paws, even though the night is warm." The willow's leaves stirred, though there was no wind. "You feel it too," the tree murmured. "The balance wavers, the great cycle of rest and renewal is being rushed. The magic of autumn, which should be a slow, gentle letting go, is being pulled away too quickly, and the deep, dreaming sleep of winter is being forced upon us before we are ready." Naira the owl swiveled her head nearly full circle. "I have flown from the whispering spires to the murmuring bog," she hooted softly. "The northern lights, which usually dance with lazy grace, are flickering like a guttering candle. The creatures who are meant to be preparing for their long sleep are confused. Their instincts are unsettled. "But why?" asked Pippin, his voice a tiny, worried squeak. "The Heartstone," Silas answered. "Deep within the crystal cavern, at the forest's very core, it beats in time with the seasons. Its light is the pulse of our rest and our awakening. Something has disturbed its rhythm." A gentle tension, not of fear, but of concern, settled over the clearing. The rustle of the leaves seemed to hold a question. "You must journey to the crystal cavern," Silas said, his attention resting on Corbin. "Your paws are steady, your heart is true, and you listen to what the earth tells you. You can't help it remember its true tempo." Corbin's eyes widened. "Me, but I'm just a badger, I don't know the way." "The forest will guide you," Silas reassured him. "Listen to the language of the streams, they will lead you to the mountains. Feel the wisdom of the stones, they will show you the path. And watch for the lights of the glowworms and fungi, they will illuminate your way in the deepest dark." Naira ruffled her feathers. "I will fly ahead and watch for obstacles from the high places. I shall be your eyes above." Pippin uncurled a little more. "And I will come with you, Corbin. My nose is sharp, and I can help you find the safest trails through the thickets." And so their small fellowship was formed. With a final, soothing rustle from Silas, they set off, leaving the starlit clearing behind and plunging into the deeper, darker embrace of the elderwood. Their journey was a tapestry, woven with the gentle sounds of the nocturnal world. The soft patter-patter of a light, misting rain began to fall, each drop kissing the leaves with a sound like tiny bells. Corbin led the way, his broad paws making quiet thumps on the damp earth. Pippin trundled alongside, his spines whispering against the ferns, his sniffing a constant, soft counterpoint to the rain. They followed the chattering advice of a lively brook, whose waters giggled over smooth, gray stones. This way, it seemed to bubble. Follow my laughter to the quieter, deeper rivers. The stones themselves, large and ancient, hummed with a low, warm energy when Corbin paused to place a paw upon them. They did not speak in words but in feelings, a sense of steadfastness, of time moving slowly and correctly. As they traveled, the magic of the unsettled season became visible. They passed a grove of maple trees whose leaves, usually a blaze of crimson and gold, were a dull, withered brown, falling too soon and too fast. They saw a family of dormice who should have been fattening themselves on late berries, instead huddled anxiously in their nest, wide awake when they should have been drowsy. Naira would occasionally glide down from her aerial scouting, her wings making a soft whoosh-whoosh as she landed silently on a branch. "The path ahead is clear," she would report, or, "There is a thicket of brambles to the east. We should go west, where the moss grows thick and soft." After many hours, they reached the foothills of the sleeping giants, the mountains that cradled the forest. The air grew cooler, and the gentle rain turned into a steady, soothing shower. The sound was a constant, hushed roar, a natural lullaby that washed the world clean. Here, the bioluminescent glowworms became their lanterns. They clung to the overhanging rocks of a narrow gorge, their collective light forming a shimmering blue-green pathway through the darkness, each tiny body a steadfast star in the mineral sky. The entrance to the crystal cavern was a mere slit in the mountain's face, hidden behind a curtain of weeping moss that dripped with rainwater. Pushing through it, the trio entered another world. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness. But the walls were alive. They were encrusted with millions of crystals that pulsed with a soft, internal light. Some shone with the pale green of new spring leaves, others with the bright gold of high summer, the deep orange of autumn, or the cool blue of winter. In the center of the cavern, on a pedestal of pure, milky quartz, rested the Heartstone. It was a geode, cracked open to reveal a cavity lined with amethyst crystals. And from its center emanated a light that should have been a steady, rhythmic glow, like a sleeping giant's breath. but now it was flickering erratically, stuttering from a brilliant violet to a dim, worried gray. "It's frightened," Pippin whispered, his voice echoing softly in the immense space. The tension here was palpable, a silent, frantic vibration that set Corbin's teeth on edge. The beautiful, rhythmic cycle was broken. "What do we do?" Corbin asked, his voice small against the cavern's grandeur. Naira, from her perch on a crystal outcrop, offered her wisdom. "It has forgotten its song. We must help it remember." "But how?" squeaked Pippin. Corbin looked around the cavern, feeling the distress in the very air. He remembered Silas's words, "Listen to the language of the streams. Feel the wisdom of the stones." He closed his eyes, trying to block out the visual chaos of the flickering light. He placed his paws flat on the cool, crystal floor and listened. He heard the distant, soothing rhythm of the rain outside, a constant, gentle percussion. He heard the deep, unwavering hum of the mountain itself, the stone's ancient song. He remembered the babbling brook that had guided them, its cheerful, meandering melody. He thought of the wind sighing through Silas's leaves, a soft, whispering breath. He understood. "We must sing the forest's lullaby to it," Corbin said, his eyes opening. "We must remind it of the true, slow, beautiful rhythm of the seasons." And so they began. Naira, with her deep, resonant voice, hooted the low, steady bass line of the mountain's hum. Pippin, with his tiny, earnest squeak, provided the chittering, cheerful countermelody of the streams and the small, busy creatures. And Corbin, who had listened most deeply of all, began to hum. He hummed the sound of the wind through the pines, the soft patter of rain on leaves, the deep, peaceful silence of a snowfall yet to come. It was not a loud song, but a gentle one, woven from the very sounds that made the elderwood a sanctuary. They poured their memories of the forest's peace into their simple music, a lullaby of rustling leaves, babbling brooks, and silent, falling snow. At first, the Heartstone's light continued to stutter. But slowly, as their song wove a blanket of calm around it, the frantic flickering began to slow. The pulsing light deepened, finding a steadier tempo. The violet glow warmed, softened, and began to beat in a slow, majestic rhythm, in and out. Like a deep, restful breath. Like the turning of the seasons themselves. The erratic vibration in the air ceased, replaced by a profound, thrumming peace. The crystals in the walls responded, their lights pulsing in harmonious time, no longer a chaotic flash, but a coordinated, gentle wave of color that swept through the cavern in a beautiful, silent symphony. Exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, the three friends sat in the now peaceful glow. The tension had not been broken with force, but gently untangled with understanding and friendship. Their journey back was a different experience. The forest felt restored. The rain had ceased and a fresh, clean scent filled the air. The stream they passed now sang its song with a leisurely, contented pace. The stones felt warm and welcoming underfoot. When they reached the starlit clearing, Silas the elder willow was waiting, his silver leaves glowing with a serene and steady light. "You have done well," the tree's voice resonated in their hearts, warm with pride. "You did not fight the disturbance, you did not demand the rhythm change, you simply reminded the heart of what it already knew, you offered it the comfort of its own true song." Naira gave a soft, satisfied hoot and settled deep into the willow's branches. Pippin, with a tremendous yawn, curled into a ball at the base of Silas's trunk and was asleep in an instant. Corbin looked up at the sky. The moon was beginning its gentle descent, and the stars seemed to twinkle in a slower, more peaceful rhythm. The northern lights were visible on the horizon, no longer flickering, but flowing in great, silent, graceful curtains of green and purple. He felt his own restlessness had been washed away, replaced by a profound tiredness that was pure and good. The forest was ready for its autumn release, and then its winter slumber. the cycle was restored. As he burrowed back into his set, the cozy darkness felt like a welcome embrace. From outside he could hear the final, gentle sounds of the night, the soft drip 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 of rainwater from the leaves, the distant, reassuring hoot of Naira, and the everlasting, whispering sigh of the wind through the trees, a lullaby that promised protection and peace. And there, in the heart of the ancient, magical elderwood, where moonlight and dreams were woven together, Corbin the badger finally slept, knowing that all was and would always be well. Story 3. The little village of Moonfall Hollow nestled in a velvet-soft valley where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, the lamplighters would drift through the cobblestone lanes, setting the street lamps aglow with captured starlight. The air often carried the gentle chime of wind crystals hanging from eaves, and the soft patter of rain whispering through the mossy rooftops. It was a peaceful place where the baker's bread was always warm, the weaver's wool was always soft, and the night sky was always, without fail, scattered with 1,000 shimmering stars. That is, until the stars began to disappear. It started subtly. A young boy named Finn, who loved to stargaze from his attic window, was the first to notice. One evening, as the great clock chimed 7 and the last sliver of sun dipped behind the whispering woods, Finn looked up and saw a tiny patch of darkness where the constellation of the silver squirrel should have been. It wasn't a cloud, for the sky was perfectly clear, smelling of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It was simply an empty space. The next night, 2 more stars from the weaver's loom constellation were gone. A quiet unease, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against the heart of Moonfall Hollow. The village elders consulted old almanacs. The night watchman polished his spectacles and stared upwards until his neck ached. But no one had an answer. Finn, a quiet child with a knack for noticing things others overlooked, decided he would find the missing stars. He wasn't the strongest or the loudest, but he had a well of patience and a heart that listened, not just to people, but to the world around him. His first clue came from an old, half-remembered nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing while the fire crackled in the hearth. When the clock tower sleeps and the rain sings low, the starlight shepherd gathers his glow. He counts his flock of silver bright, and tucks them safely into night. Everyone in the village knew the rhyme, of course. They considered it a simple lullaby. But Finn wondered, what if it was a map? What if it held a secret? He began his investigation by observing. He noticed that the stars didn't vanish all at once, but in a specific order, following a pattern that snaked across the sky. He sketched the pattern on a piece of parchment, connecting the dots of the missing stars. It formed a winding, looping line like a path. Meanwhile, a delightful red herring appeared. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the glass greenhouses where color-changing moon petals grew, reported that his flowers were now blooming in shades they never had before, deep indigo and shimmering silver, the exact colors of the night sky. The whole village flocked to see the miraculous flowers, convinced the missing starlight was somehow being absorbed by the petals. Finn spent a whole afternoon in the humid, earthy air of the greenhouse, listening to the gentle plink of water droplets on the glass roof. He observed the moon petals, their colors shifting from indigo to silver and back again. But he also noticed something else. The flowers weren't stealing the starlight. They were reflecting the strange, starless pattern of the sky above. They were a mirror, not a thief. This discovery, while beautiful, was a dead end in his search, but it filled the village with a sense of wonder, easing their worry for a time. Undeterred, Finn returned to his pattern. He took his sketch to the village library, a cozy, round building that smelled of old paper and drying lavender. He pored over ancient star charts and maps of the Whispering Woods. On a dusty, rolled-up map of the woods from a century ago, he found it. The path drawn by the missing stars matched an old, overgrown trail marked as the Starlight Path, which led to a place called the Shepherd's Grove. The rhyme, the pattern, the path, it was all connecting. The Starlight Shepherd wasn't just a character in a song. He was a place, or perhaps a presence. That night, as the clock tower chimed 7 and a soft, misty rain began to fall, its gentle rhythm a soothing drum on the leaves, Finn packed a small satchel with a honey and oats biscuit and a lantern filled with friendly, earthbound fireflies. He slipped out of his cottage and followed the old map into the whispering woods. The woods were not dark or frightening, but hushed and expectant. The wind chimed through the pine needles, and bioluminescent moss lit his way with a soft, blue-green glow. He walked for what felt like hours, the scent of pine and wet stone filling his senses. Finally, he arrived at a grove he had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark shimmering as if dusted with frost. And there, sitting on a root, was a creature no taller than Finn's knee. It had fur the color of a twilight sky and large, luminous eyes that held the faint glimmer of distant suns. It looked sad, and in its lap it held a small, silvery net that was torn and frayed. Finn approached slowly, his footsteps silent on the spongy moss. "Hello," he said, his voice barely a whisper. The creature looked up, startled. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the ringing of a tiny, crystal bell. "I can," Finn said, sitting down a respectful distance away. "My name is Finn. Are you the Starlight Shepherd?" The creature nodded, a single tear tracing a path down its furry cheek. "I am. My name is Lior, and I have failed my duty." He held up the torn net. "This is the net of gathering. Each night I use it to gently gather the starlight that grows weary and bring it here to the grove to rest and recharge. But it has torn. The stars I gathered have drifted away, lost in the higher branches of the world tree, and I cannot climb high enough to retrieve them. Without the net, I cannot gather the others, and so the sky grows darker." Finn's heart swelled with empathy. This wasn't a theft or a curse, it was an accident. A problem of a broken tool and a lonely, overwhelmed shepherd. He looked at the giant ancient tree, the world tree. Its higher branches were indeed woven with tiny trapped points of light, the missing stars from Moonfall Hollow's sky. "You don't have to do it alone," Finn said gently. He reached into his satchel and broke his honey and oats biscuit in half, offering a piece to Lior. The little shepherd accepted it with a grateful smile. As they ate, Finn thought. He observed the tree, the torn net, and Lior's small stature. The solution wasn't force or magic, but cooperation. "The whole village can help," Finn said. "Our weaver Alara can mend your net. It's made of starlight, but maybe she can weave it with threads of moonlight, which she collects on her loom. And as for the stars in the tree, we can build a ladder." The next day, Finn returned to Moonfall Hollow, with Lior shyly peeking from his satchel. He gathered the villagers in the square, the clock tower's gentle ticking keeping time with his words. He explained everything, not as a grand mystery solved by a single hero, but as a neighborly problem. The weaver, her fingers nimble and wise, examined the net of gathering. She nodded, saying she could indeed mend it with her precious spools of moon thread. The carpenter and the woodcutters volunteered to build a gentle, winding staircase around the great world tree, one that wouldn't harm its ancient bark. For 3 days and nights, the entire village of Moonfall Hollow worked together. The sound of gentle hammering and sawing blended with the whisper of the loom and the cheerful chatter of neighbors. Children gathered soft moss to line the stairs. The baker kept everyone fed with warm seed cakes and spiced tea. The once unsettling mystery had transformed into a joyous community project. Finally, the net was mended, shimmering stronger than ever, and the staircase, a beautiful spiral of polished oak, was complete. That evening, the entire village walked together to the Shepherd's Grove, their lanterns bobbing like a river of earthbound stars through the woods. Lior, with his newly mended net, led the way up the staircase, followed by Finn and the weaver. One by one they gently collected the lost stars from the high branches, their light cool and pleasant against their skin. Then Lior stood at the highest platform, swung his net, and cast the stars back into the sky. They soared upwards, trailing silver dust, and slotted perfectly back into their empty places. The constellation of the silver squirrel twinkled cheerfully. The weaver's loom was whole again. But something even more wonderful happened. As a thank you, Lior showed the people of Moonfall Hollow how to gently polish any star that seemed to be dimming, using a cloth woven from dawn mist. From that night on, the village took turns, in pairs, walking the starlight path to the grove to help the shepherd with his duties. The night sky over Moonfall Hollow didn't just return to normal. It burned brighter and more beautifully than ever before, because it was now tended by countless caring hands. Finn stood with his family, looking up at the brilliantly lit sky, the gentle rain having ceased, leaving the air clean and fresh. The wind chimes in the village softly played their melody. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful magic of a community coming together. And as the great clock tower chimed 9, it sounded a deep, comforting hum that vibrated in the chest. Everyone in Moonfall Hollow knew, as they drifted off to sleep, that they were all now a little part of the starry, endless sky above, keepers of the light, forever connected in the cozy, quiet magic of their hollow. Story 4. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Elmshadow. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the moonlight did not merely illuminate, it liquefied, pouring through the canopy in rivers of molten silver that pooled in the hollows and danced upon the leaves. The air itself tasted of damp earth, cold stone, and the sweet, fleeting perfume of night-blooming jasmine. It was a place where magic was not an event, but the very breath of the land, and the oldest inhabitants knew the secret languages of the trees, the streams, and the stones. Our tale begins on the cusp of autumn's surrender to winter. A young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn oak leaves touched with frost, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan, and a deep, humming anxiety thrummed in his small chest. All around him, the forest was preparing for the long sleep. Squirrels had long since tucked their last acorns away, and the bears' snores already echoed from distant dens. But Rowan felt a restless energy. The slowing pace of the world felt like a cage, not a comfort. He watched the fireflies, their tiny bodies like captured starlight, blinking their gentle, green-gold code in the misty air. He listened to the babbling of the whisper stream, which tonight seemed to be murmuring a slower, more somber song than its usual cheerful chatter. Even the great sentinel trees, their bark gnarled with the wisdom of centuries, seemed to be sighing with a profound and collective weariness, their leaves rustling secrets he could not decipher. "Why must everything stop?" he whispered into the cool night air, his breath a small plume of mist. "Why must the colors fade and the world grow quiet? It feels like an ending, and I am not ready for endings." A soft, rhythmic sound answered him, not from the stream or the trees, but from above. Woo-woo-woo-oh. It was a sound as old as the mountains themselves, deep and resonant, carrying a timbre of immense patience. Drifting down from the high branches of the oldest, tallest oak in the clearing came Silas, the great gray owl. His feathers were the color of wood smoke and moonlight, and his eyes were two vast, dark pools that held the reflection of countless seasons. He did not flap, but rather descended like a falling leaf, settling upon a moss-covered stone beside Rowan with a whisper of sound. "The stream speaks of slowing currents, little one," Silas said, his voice a gentle rumble. "And your heart beats a frantic rhythm against its flow. There is a discord in the symphony of the glade tonight." Rowan looked up at the ancient owl, his anxiety momentarily eclipsed by awe. "Silas," he began, his voice small, I don't understand the long sleep. Everything is becoming less. The light is less golden, the songs are less frequent, the world is drawing inward. It feels like loss. Silas blinked slowly, a gesture of profound understanding. What you perceive as less, the forest knows as different come. The language of the land is not spoken only in the vibrant songs of summer. It is also whispered in the silences of winter. Let us take a walk, and I will be your translator. And so the young fox and the ancient owl began to walk a path only the nocturnal folk knew, a trail of soft moss and fallen pine needles that wound its way into the deeper, more secret heart of elm shadow. As they walked, Silas began to interpret the world around them. He taught Rowan to listen not just with his ears, but with his soul. Listen to the wind, Silas murmured, as a gentle breeze stirred the canopy. It was not the boisterous, rustling fanfare of summer, but a softer, more intimate sound, a long, drawn-out sigh that seemed to comb through the pine needles with invisible fingers. Hush, S-H-H-H-H-H-H, S-H-H-H-H-H-H, it is not a song of mourning, Rowan. It is a lullaby. It sings the trees to sleep, reminding them to let go, to trust that their strength is held not only in their leaves, but in their deep, dreaming roots. They came to the whisper stream, which widened here into a small, placid pool. The water gurgled over smooth, dark stones, a sound like 1,000 tiny, liquid bells. Plink, plonk, babble, sigh. The stream's language is changing, Silas explained, his head tilted. In summer it speaks of journeys and adventures, rushing toward the distant river. Now it speaks of reflection and depth. It tells the stones stories of the sky it holds in its embrace, and the stones, in their ancient, slow language of warmth and weight, hum back their agreement. They have been here for 1,000 seasons. They know that stillness is not emptiness. Rowan leaned down, placing a paw gently in the water. It was cold, but not unpleasantly so. He watched the ripples spread out, distorting the reflection of the full moon above. For the first time, he didn't hear the stream's slower pace as sad, but as contemplative. Further they ventured, into a part of the forest Rowan had never dared explore. Here, the magic of the place was palpable. Giant shelf-like mushrooms grew in spirals up the tree trunks, emitting a soft, blue bioluminescence that painted the undergrowth in ethereal light. Ghostly pale flowers known as moon-petal blooms were open wide, their centers glowing with a gentle, white radiance, as if they had swallowed tiny moons. The air was filled with their faint, honeyed scent. In the center of this enchanted grove stood the most magnificent tree Rowan had ever seen. It was a weeping willow, but its leaves were not green. They were silver, and each one seemed to be woven from moonlight itself. They cascaded down in a shimmering curtain, and when the breeze touched them, they chimed together with a sound like distant, celestial wind chimes. This was the Moonsilver Mother, the eldest of all the trees in Elm Shadow. She remembers the first snowflake, Silas said reverently. She remembers the sapling that grew into the mountain. Her roots drink from the deepest, darkest wells of the earth, and her branches dream with the stars. As they approached, Rowan saw that the ground around her vast trunk was not bare. It was carpeted in a thick, velvety moss that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic green light, as if the earth itself was breathing slowly in its sleep. "Place your paw upon her bark, little fox," Silas encouraged softly. "Do not speak, just listen." Hesitantly, Rowan stepped forward and pressed his forepaw against the ancient, silvery bark. It was surprisingly warm. He closed his eyes, and a sensation flooded through him, not a sound, but a feeling. It was a deep, resonant hum, a vibration of immense age and profound peace. It was the feeling of cycles, of endless turning, day into night, summer into autumn, life into rest, and rest back into life. It was a language older than words, a story written in the very sap of the world. He felt the gentle pull of the roots reaching down into the comforting dark, and the patient yearning of the branches reaching up to the cold, clear stars. He understood in that moment that the tree was not dying in the winter, It was gathering dreams for the spring. He pulled his paw back, his eyes wide with wonder. "She's dreaming," he breathed. "She's dreaming of new leaves and warm sun." Silas gave a slow, approving nod. "Exactly so. The long sleep is not an end. It is the turning of the page. It is the quiet space between one breath and the next, where all things gather their strength for the next great song. The vibrant energy of summer does not vanish. It simply moves inward, to the core, to the root, to the heart. It becomes potential." Just then, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall. They were not a blizzard, but a gentle, hesitant descent of delicate, crystalline stars. They landed on Rowan's nose with a cool kiss, on Silas's feathers, and on the glowing moss, where they glittered like scattered diamonds. The sound was the softest of all, a whisper of a whisper, a hush that settled over the entire grove, muffling even the chime of the moonsilver mother's leaves. The gentle pit-pat of the snowfall on the broad leaves of the surrounding ferns was a natural music, a soothing percussion to the wind's lullaby and the stream's murmured reflections. Rowan looked around. The bioluminescent mushrooms cast their blue light upon the falling snow, creating a scene of such breathtaking, serene beauty that his heart ached with a new, different feeling, not anxiety, but awe. "I see it now," Rowan said, his voice full of reverence. "The rest is not nothing. It is full of its own kind of magic, the quiet magic." "Yes," Silas agreed, his dark eyes gleaming. "The magic of patience, the magic of trust. The forest teaches us that to be always growing, always striving, is to burn like a summer sun, bright but brief, but to know when to rest, when to turn inward and dream. That is the wisdom of the oak, the mountain, and the star. That is how one endures." Together they made their way back to Rowan's den, the snow steadily painting the world in a blanket of pristine white. The world was indeed growing quieter, but Rowan no longer heard the silence as emptiness. He heard it as a held breath, a pregnant pause, a symphony of potential waiting in the wings. At the entrance to his cozy earth den, nestled between the roots of a friendly hawthorn tree, Rowan turned to the wise owl. "Thank you, Silas, for translating the silence." Silas ruffled his feathers, sending a small shower of snowflakes into the air. "The forest is always speaking, little one. You only needed to learn how to listen. Sleep well and dream deep, for your dreams will be the seeds of your spring." With a final soft woo, the great owl lifted into the air, becoming a shadow that merged with the deeper shadows of the trees, leaving Rowan alone in the hushed, snow-kissed world. Rowan curled up in his den, the sounds of the peaceful night drifting in, the gentle sizzle of the snow, the distant, comforting sigh of the wind, the deep, resonant hum of the sleeping earth beneath him. He closed his eyes, and for the first time he welcomed the quiet. He felt his own restless energy settling, turning inward, becoming a small, warm ember of potential in the heart of the long sleep. He was not escaping the cycle, he was becoming a part of it. And as he drifted into dreams, he thought he could hear, on the very edge of his consciousness, the moonsilver mother's leaves chiming softly, a promise carried on the winter wind, a promise of renewal, of light, and of the green that waits patiently beneath the white. Story 5. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley, where the river sang soft lullabies, as it wound between cottages with thatched roofs and gardens full of moon-pale blossoms. Every evening, just as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, the sky above Willowbrook would bloom with stars, not the distant cold pinpricks seen elsewhere, but near, warm, golden lights that drifted like fireflies and settled upon weather vanes and apple branches, casting a honeyed glow over the cobblestone lanes. The villagers called them Willowbrook's own stars, and each night children would leave little glass jars on their windowsills, hoping one might drift inside to light their dreams. But one autumn evening, something peculiar happened. The clock tower chimed 7, its bronze notes rippling through the crisp air, yet the sky remained a deep, unbroken indigo. No stars appeared. Not a single one. At first the villagers simply waited, thinking the stars were perhaps running late, like a tardy baker or a forgetful postman. But as the moon rose, round and solemn, and the wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the general store stirred in a soft breeze, a quiet unease settled over Willowbrook. In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and old books always lingered, lived a gentle soul named Rowan. Rowan was a stargazer and mapmaker, with kind eyes that noticed the small things, the way a spider's web caught the morning dew, or how the shadows of leaves painted stories on the garden path. That evening Rowan stood by the open window, a cup of chamomile tea warming their hands, and felt the strange emptiness of the starless sky. "They'll return," murmured Rowan's grandmother from her rocking chair, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Stars have their reasons, just like the tides." But Rowan's heart felt heavy. The village needed its stars, not just for light, but for comfort. So, pulling on a thick woolen cloak and lighting a lantern, Rowan stepped out into the quiet night. The first clue came from little Finn, the miller's son, who was humming an old nursery rhyme as he peered up at the dark sky. "When the silver moon is high, the starbirds learn to fly. But if the west wind starts to weep, the starbirds hide, their promises keep." "Starbirds?" Rowan asked, kneeling so they were eye level with Finn. Finn nodded seriously. "That's what great-grandma called them. She said they nest in the old oak at the heart of the woods, but only when the wind cries." Rowan thanked him and walked on, the lantern casting a warm, bobbing circle of light. The west wind was weeping, a soft, sighing breeze that rustled the fallen leaves and set the wind chimes humming. Perhaps the stars or starbirds were hiding. But as Rowan ventured toward the woods, another villager, the baker Alara, called out, "Rowan, have you seen the flowers?" She pointed to her window boxes where the evening primroses, usually a pale yellow, now shimmered with shifting colors, rose, then violet, then silver. They started changing just as the stars vanished. A red herring, perhaps, but Rowan made a note of it. Further down the lane, the clockmaker, Mr. Hemlock, was adjusting the great clock in the square. "Strange, strange," he muttered. "My clock's been chiming 7 a minute early all week. I thought it was the gears, but now, do you suppose the stars left because my clock offended them?" Rowan smiled gently. "I doubt the stars take offense, Mr. Hemlock, but tell me, has anything else been unusual?" "Well," the clockmaker said, scratching his chin, "the rain yesterday fell upward for a good 3 minutes. I saw it myself, drops rising into the clouds like tiny pearls." Curiouser and curiouser. Rowan continued into the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves murmuring secrets to anyone who listened. The woods were Rowan's favorite place. They knew every mossy stone and hidden stream. But tonight the forest felt different, not frightening but expectant, as if holding its breath. Deep in the woods stood the grand oak, a tree so vast its branches seemed to hold up the sky. And there, nestled in the high boughs, were soft, glowing shapes, the missing stars. But they weren't simply hiding. They were clustered around something, their light pulsing with a gentle, worried rhythm. Rowan climbed carefully, the bark rough under their hands, until they reached a broad branch. There, cradled in a nest of woven moonbeams and spider silk, lay a small, shimmering creature, a star nymph with wings like frosted glass and eyes like melted silver. She was trembling, and one of her wings was bent at an odd angle. "You're hurt," Rowan said softly, not moving closer so as not to startle her. The star nymph looked up, her light flickering. "The wind caught me wrong," she whispered, her voice like chimes in the distance. "I fell from the sky path. The others, they stayed to protect me. We did not mean to leave your village in darkness." So that was it. The stars hadn't vanished. They'd gathered to guard one of their own. Rowan's heart swelled with empathy. "May I help?" they asked. "I know a little about mending." The star nymph nodded trustingly, and Rowan carefully straightened her wing, using a dab of honey from a small jar they always carried for tea in emergencies to soothe the delicate membrane. As they worked, Rowan hummed the nursery rhyme Finn had shared, and the star nymph's trembling eased. "You know the old song," she said, surprised. "It seems there's much we've forgotten," Rowan replied. "We thought you were just stars." "We are both," she explained. "We are light and life, and we remember when your village sang to us, when the children left out bowls of starlight nectar, a mix of honeysuckle dew and whispered wishes." Rowan remembered then an old custom, long abandoned, of preparing starlight nectar on the first night of autumn. The villagers had forgotten, life had grown busy, and the stars had felt overlooked. Just then a soft rain began to fall, but not upward this time. It pattered gently through the leaves, and as the drops touched the star nymph's wings, they gleamed with renewed light. The backwards rain Mr. Hemlock had seen. Merely the star nymphs practicing their weather magic, trying to create a healing shower for their injured friend. And the color-changing flowers. A side effect of the stars' concentrated energy as they gathered nearby. With the star nymph's wing mended, she fluttered up, her light bright and steady. The other stars, seeing her well, rose from the branches like 1,000 golden sparks, swirling into the sky in a joyful dance. One by one they returned to their places above Willowbrook, and the village was once again bathed in gentle, starry light. But the story doesn't end there. Rowan returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square, beneath the now star-filled sky. They explained about the injured star nymph, the forgotten traditions, and the simple truth that the stars needed their kindness as much as the villagers needed the stars' light. So that very night, the people of Willowbrook revived the old custom. Children gathered honeysuckle dew, and adults whispered wishes of gratitude into little ceramic bowls. They placed them on windowsills and garden walls, and the stars drifted down to sip the nectar, their light glowing even brighter. The clock tower chimed perfectly on time, and the wind chimes sang in harmony. The strange happenings, the backwards rain, the early chimes, the shifting flowers, were simply the world adjusting, trying to get their attention. And it had worked. From that night on, the bond between Willowbrook and its stars grew stronger. The villagers never again took the starlight for granted, and the stars, in return, often wove themselves into playful constellations above the children's beds, telling stories without words. And as you, dear listener, drift into dreams, may you remember that even the smallest kindness, a whispered wish, a gentle mending, can light up the darkest of nights, and that sometimes the most peculiar happenings are just the world's way of asking for a little more love. Listen, can you hear the gentle rain outside your window? The soft chime of distant bells. They are the echoes of Willowbrook, reminding you that all is well, and the stars are always watching over you. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. It was a place untouched by the hurried hands of time, where the air tasted of damp earth and sweet, decaying leaves, and where the night did not merely fall, it bloomed. The moonlight that filtered through the canopy was not the cold, distant light of the open sky, but a liquid silver that pooled in the hollows and danced upon the moss. It was a forest that breathed in the day and awoke in the night, and its true language was one of whispers and soft, glowing things. On this particular evening, the air was cool and carried the promise of a gentle rain. The first drops began to fall, not as a downpour, but as a delicate pitter-patter upon the broad, waxy leaves of the rhododendrons. Each drop was a tiny drumbeat, a soothing rhythm that echoed through the stillness. The sound was a prelude, a calming breath before the nocturnal symphony began. In a snug burrow tucked between the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, a young hedgehog named Pip was just stirring. He uncurled from his day sleep, his nose twitching at the scent of the rain-kissed air. Pip was a creature of routine, but lately, a quiet unease had settled in his heart. The vibrant, luminous fungi that usually dotted the forest floor, the starlight caps and moonlit puffballs, seemed to be fading. Their gentle blue-green glow, which normally lit his nightly paths, was growing dimmer. A shadow of worry, faint but persistent, had dimmed his own usually bright spirit. Venturing out, he felt the soft squelch of wet moss beneath his paws. The rain had softened to a fine mist, and the wind sighed through the pine needles high above, a constant, whispering shhhhh that seemed to soothe the very trees. Pip made his way along a familiar path, his small form a dark shape against the forest floor, which was now beginning to awaken with its own fainter light. The bioluminescent mosses on the north sides of the trees glowed with a soft, persistent emerald light, and tiny, star-like flowers called lumen petals unfurled their blooms, casting a faint, silvery radiance. His destination was a starlit clearing known as the Sylvan Glade. It was here, in the very center of Lumenwood, that the oldest resident made her home. She was not an owl nor a fox, but an ancient silver birch tree named Seraphine. Her bark was like polished moonlight, and her leaves, even in the dark, seemed to hold captured starlight. She was so old that she remembered the forest as a sapling, and her wisdom was as deep and quiet as the earth itself. Pip approached her, his worry making his small steps hesitant. He didn't need to speak aloud. In Lumenwood, intention was a language all its own. He simply rested his forehead against her cool, smooth bark and let his feelings flow. A gentle rustle moved through Seraphine's leaves, a sound like distant, gentle laughter. A warmth spread from her trunk, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt in the heart, bloomed in Pip's mind. It was the sound of a babbling brook over smooth stones, of wind through a field of wheat. "Little one," the voice murmured, "your light flickers with a fear I have not felt from you before. The glow fades from the fungi, and so it fades from your eyes. Tell me, what do you see when you look at them?" Pip thought hard. "I see them growing dimmer, Seraphine. It's as if they are tired, as if they've forgotten how to shine." "Ah," Seraphine whispered, her leaves rustling again. "To understand the light, you must first listen to the dark. To understand the waking, you must honor the sleep. The forest is speaking, Pip, but you are listening for a shout when it is offering a whisper. Go to the firefly meadow. Sit with Lumina. Do not ask her why her children glow less brightly. Simply listen to what the night there has to say." Taking the ancient tree's advice to heart, Pip trotted towards the firefly meadow. The path was lined with ferns that dripped diamond droplets, and the drip, drip, drip onto the damp clay was a soft, percussive accompaniment to his journey. The meadow was a wide, open space where the moonlight fell unimpeded, painting the grass in shades of silver and charcoal. And dancing in this ethereal light were the fireflies. But Seraphine was right. Their flashes, which usually created a frantic, joyous chaos of light, were slower, more spaced out, like a languid, blinking constellation come to earth. In the center of the meadow, on a large, flat stone that was still warm from the departed sun, sat Lumina, the elder firefly. Her own light pulsed with a slow, steady, golden rhythm. Pip sat beside her, not speaking, just as Seraphine had instructed. He listened. He heard the gentle buzz of the firefly's wings, a soft, vibrating hum. He heard the distant gurgle of the crystal stream. And he felt the cool, damp air of the coming autumn on his spines. He noticed that the flashes of light were not random, they were a conversation. A slow, patient conversation. After a long while, Lumina's voice, a tiny, chiming whisper, reached him. "You listen well, little hedgehog, most come with questions. You came with silence, and in silence understanding often grows." "The forest feels quieter," Pip ventured softly. "It is preparing," Lumina chimed. "The great wheel turns, summer's vibrant shout is softening into autumn's gentle sigh. Our lights dim not from sadness, but from a need for rest. We are saving our energy, turning it inward for the long sleep that is to come. It is not an end, Pip, it is a deepening. Pip thought about this. The fading light wasn't a failure, it was part of a cycle. A necessary rest. Now, Seraphine's voice flowed into his mind once more, a gentle guide. Go to the crystal stream, do not listen to the water with your ears alone. Listen with your paws, feel its song. Pip made his way to the stream, its waters cutting a silvery path through the forest. The sound of its passage was a constant, cheerful babble, a chatter over and around the smooth, dark stones that lined its bed. He waded into the shallow edge, the cold water a shock that quickly turned invigorating. He closed his eyes, placing his front paws on the stream's pebbly bottom. At first, he only felt the push and pull of the current. But as he stilled his own thoughts, he began to feel more. He felt the vibration of the water tumbling over a large rock, a deep, resonant thrum. He felt the skittering dance of the water over a patch of gravel, a light, tinkling sensation. And beneath it all, a steady, powerful hum that came from the deep, unseen flow at the stream's center. The stream wasn't just making noise, it was singing a complex song of movement and persistence. It was singing about its journey from the mountain peaks to the distant sea, and it never, ever stopped. Even when frozen in winter, its heart song still pulsed beneath the ice. And finally, Seraphine's voice came, softer now, like a lullaby. Go to the circle of whispering stones. Place your ear against the eldest one. Do not ask it a question. Simply receive its story. The circle of whispering stones was a sacred place, a ring of 9 massive, moss-covered monoliths in a hidden grove. The eldest stone stood in the center, its surface velvety with centuries of emerald moss, its shape worn soft by wind and rain. Pip approached it with reverence. The air here was utterly still, and the mist hung in the air like a veil. He pressed his small, warm body against the stone's cool, damp surface and rested his ear against it. For a long time there was only silence, deep and absolute. Then he began to feel it. A slow, deep, resonant pulse, so low it was more a feeling than a sound. It was the heartbeat of the world itself. The stone was not silent, it was speaking the oldest language of all, the language of patience, of standing firm through countless seasons, of holding memories in its very bones. It whispered of ages of sunlight and storms, of the weight of snow and the caress of spring. Its story was one of profound, unshakable peace. As Pip stood there connected to the ancient stone, all the pieces Seraphine had guided him to find clicked together in his heart. The fireflies taught him about cycles, the sacred rhythm of exertion and rest. The stream taught him about flow, the persistent, joyful movement through all seasons of life. The stone taught him about stability, the deep, inner peace that remains constant through all change. The fading glow of the fungi was not a catastrophe. It was the forest taking a deep, communal breath. It was the magic turning inward, gathering its strength for the brilliant renewal that spring would inevitably bring. A profound sense of peace washed over Pip, warmer than the summer sun. His own inner flicker of worry subsided, and in its place, a gentle, steady light began to glow. He looked around the sylvan glade where he now found himself again, though he did not remember the journey back. The dim bioluminescence of the fungi no longer looked sad to him. It looked reverent, like candles in a quiet sanctuary. It was beautiful in its softness. Seraphine's leaves shimmered, though there was no wind. You see now, little one, her voice flowed, full of love and pride. The magic was never in the brightness of the glow, but in the understanding of the rhythm. You have learned to listen to the forest's true language, not just of light, but of shadow, not just of sound, but of silence, not just of waking, but of sacred sleep. Pip curled up at the base of the great birch, feeling the solid, reassuring strength of her roots beneath him. The gentle rain began again, a soft patter on the leaves above. The wind whispered its endless secrets through the pines. The stream's song drifted from a distance, a constant, comforting melody. He was surrounded by a symphony of gentle sounds, a natural lullaby. He watched the soft, pulsing lights of the forest, the slow flash of a firefly in the distance, the faint green glow of the moss, the dim silver of the fading fungi. They were no longer signs of something lost, but promises of something cherished and conserved. The forest was wrapping itself in a blanket of quiet magic, a cocoon of rest, and Pip felt himself enveloped in that same peaceful embrace. His eyes grew heavy, the soothing sounds and soft lights blending into a beautiful, peaceful dream. He understood now that the true wonder of Lumenwood was not just in its brilliant, starlit celebrations, but also in its hushed, moonlit slumbers. And as he drifted into a deep and restful sleep, he knew with absolute certainty that after every long and necessary night, the dawn would always return, and with it, the light. Story 7. In a valley cupped between sleeping mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya. Her life was as quiet and orderly as the neat rows of vegetables in her garden, yet within her chest beat a heart that often felt like a trapped bird, fluttering against ribs that seemed too narrow a cage. She did not know what she longed for, only that a deep, resonant ache accompanied the setting of each sun. Her changes began subtly, as the most important ones often do. One morning after a night of troubled dreams, she awoke to find a single, silken thread the color of moonlight caught in her hair. She brushed it away, thinking it a stray bit of cobweb. The next day there were 2, then 3. They were soft and strong, and when she held them to the light, they shimmered with a hidden rainbow, like oil on water. She started collecting them in a small wooden box, a secret she kept from the world. Around this time, the small, walled garden behind her cottage began to behave strangely. The plants had always been healthy, but now they responded to her moods with an impossible vibrancy. On a day when she felt a rare surge of courage after standing up for herself at the village market, the climbing roses burst into blossoms of such a deep, valiant crimson they seemed to drink the sunlight. When she spent an afternoon in quiet contentment, listening to the bees hum, the chamomile patch released a perfume so soothing it lulled the sparrows to sleep on the fence. It was in this garden that she first met the old woman. Anya had been kneeling in the soil, feeling particularly tangled and confused. The silken threads were becoming more persistent, and she had woken to find a small, delicate web spun between her bedpost and the windowsill. "A fine thing, a garden that listens," a voice said, gentle as the rustle of leaves. Anya looked up to see a woman with hair as white as thistledown and eyes the color of a twilight sky. She wore a cloak that seemed woven from moss and shadows, and she smelled of damp earth and wild mint. She introduced herself as Maeve. "It's peculiar," Anya admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "It is honest," Maeve corrected, her smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "It shows you what you often cannot see in yourself. This," she said, gesturing to the brilliant red roses, "is your strength, and this," she touched a velvety petal of a purple iris that had bloomed overnight, "is your growing wisdom. The garden is merely translating the music of your soul into color and scent." Maeve did not visit every day, but she always appeared when Anya needed her most. She became a quiet mentor, a steady presence who spoke in metaphors of seeds and seasons. She never gave direct answers, only gentle observations that settled in Anya's mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "A seed does not know it is to become a sunflower," Maeve said one evening as they sat on a stone bench, watching fireflies blink in the lavender dusk. "It only knows the dark, the damp, and the persistent push from within. It trusts the process, even when the process is one of dissolution. It must break itself open to become what it is meant to be." Anya looked down at her hands. The silken threads were no longer just in her hair. They occasionally drifted from her fingertips, especially when she felt a strong emotion. "But what am I becoming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Something true," Maeve replied. "That is all we can ever hope for." The small victories began to accumulate, each one a stepping stone across the river of her fear. There was the day she decided to paint her front door a cheerful, buttery yellow instead of the practical gray it had always been. As she brushed on the first stroke, a cascade of golden marigolds erupted along the garden path, their faces turned to the sun as if in approval. Another day she found the courage to sing aloud while she worked, a folk song her mother had taught her, long forgotten. Her voice was shaky at first, but as the melody grew stronger, the silken threads that drifted from her lips began to weave themselves into a faint, shimmering harmony in the air, a visible echo of her sound. It was beautiful, and it did not frighten her. The threads became more abundant, weaving around her as she moved through her days. They formed a soft, hazy cocoon around her chair as she read, a gentle enclosure that felt not like a prison, but like a sanctuary. She began to spend more time within this self-spun haven, a quiet, semi-transparent tent of moonlight and rainbows. Inside, the world outside was muted, and the only sound was the rhythm of her own breath and the quiet, patient beating of her heart. Maeve would sit outside the cocoon and speak to her through the silken walls. "The caterpillar does not fret in its chrysalis," she murmured. "It does not struggle to be the butterfly before its time. It rests, it dissolves, it allows its own magnificent ruin, trusting that its deepest blueprint knows the way." Inside her soft enclosure, Anya let herself dissolve. She let go of the old stories she had told herself, that she was too quiet, too strange, too much, and yet not enough. She released the fear of what the villagers might think, the anxiety of not having a clear path. She sat in the quiet dark and simply was. And in that being she began to remember things, the feeling of flying in her dreams, the weightlessness of joy, the intricate patterns of starlight that felt like a native language. One morning, after a soft rain had pattered on her cocoon all night, she felt a profound sense of readiness. It was not a frantic need to escape, but a gentle, firm knowledge that it was time. She took a deep, slow breath, mirroring the rhythm of the natural world outside, and pressed a hand against the silken wall. It gave way without resistance, parting like a curtain of mist. She stepped out into her garden. The change was not a shocking, sudden thing. It was a completion. The silken threads were gone, but in their place was a soft, luminous quality to her skin, as if she had learned to carry her own inner moonlight with her. From her shoulders, delicate wings had unfolded, not the wings of a bird or a common butterfly, but something entirely her own. They were the color of a dawn sky, etched with patterns that resembled the veins of leaves and the constellations of faraway stars. They were not for frantic flight, but for gentle, drifting journeys on the warm breath of the world. Her garden had erupted into a celebration. Flowers of every imaginable hue and shape nodded in the breeze, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine, honeysuckle, and rich, dark earth. The colors shifted as she walked among them, reflecting her newfound understanding, deep blues of profound peace, vibrant greens of vibrant growth, and soft pinks of a gentle, unconditional affection for herself. Maeve was there, of course, standing by the gate with a look of deep satisfaction. She did not say, "I told you so." She simply opened her arms, and Anya walked into her embrace. "You see," Maeve whispered. "The ache was not a flaw, it was the seed of your becoming." Anya looked at her mentor, her friend, her eyes clear and calm. "What happens now?" Maeve's smile was as warm as the sun on the stone path. Now you begin." The cocoon was not the end of the story. It was the quiet chapter that made the rest of the tale possible. You have learned the language of your own soul. Now you get to speak it to the world. Anya turned her face to the sky. She took another of those slow, deep breaths in and out, feeling the gentle weight of her wings on her back. They rustled softly, a sound like pages turning in a beloved book. She did not leap into the air. There was no rush. Instead, she took a step forward, then another, walking through her garden gate and onto the path that led toward the waking world. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning. The first step of a journey taken not by a woman who was afraid of her changes, but by one who had learned to wear her transformation like a cloak of starlight, ready to see what wonders her new wings would help her discover, one gentle, breathing moment at a time. Story 8. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust upon an endless dark tapestry, there spun a small, forgotten corner of the galaxy known as the Serenity Belt. It was here, within a drifting cluster of luminous asteroids and gentle, swirling nebula gases, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a planet where the very soil shimmered with soft light, and the inhabitants communicated not with words, but with a beautiful, shifting display of colors that danced across their skin. His name was Kael, and he was a botanist of sorts, a tender of living light. He had delicate, leaf-like ears that twitched at the faintest harmonic vibrations and fingers that could make dormant seeds glow with just a touch. His heart was as gentle as the pastel hues that often bloomed across his cheeks. The second was a creature from the deep resonance caves of Corallis, a world of humming crystals and echoing caverns. Her name was Myral, and she was a song weaver. She had no mouth to speak with, but an array of delicate, flute-like spines along her back that caught the air and transformed her emotions into soft, melodic harmonies. Her large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight, saw not just shapes, but the emotional auras of living things. Their meeting was one of cosmic chance. Kaelin's small pod-like vessel, grown from polished seedwood and glowing moss, had suffered a tear from a micrometeor shower. Drifting helplessly, he was drawn by a strange, sorrowful melody to a large, crystalline asteroid. There, within a vast geode cave that sparkled with embedded minerals, he found Myral. Her own resonant shell ship had been damaged, its harmonic engine silenced. She was weaving a lonely, wistful tune that spoke of isolation and fear. At first, their differences were a canyon of misunderstanding. When Kael approached, his skin flaring a warm, friendly yellow, Myral flinched, her spines producing a sharp, discordant note of alarm. He, in turn, was startled by the sudden sound, his colors flickering to a confused, mottled gray-blue. He held up his hands, trying to project a calming, sunbeam yellow, but she only saw the rapid movement and let out a higher-pitched warble of anxiety. For days they orbited each other in the vastness of the cave, two solitary creatures separated by the very essence of their being. Kael tried to share food, a luminous, sweet fruit from his home, by rolling it toward her. Myral, misunderstanding, thought it was an attack and responded with a defensive, low hum that made the crystals around them vibrate unpleasantly. The fruit rolled away, its light dimming. Kaelin's shoulders slumped, his skin fading to a dejected lavender. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from quiet observation. Kael noticed that Myral would often sit for hours, her spines emitting a soft, flowing melody as she watched the nebula outside the cave entrance swirl in hues of magenta and cerulean. He realized she was not making noise, but speaking. He began to sit at a respectful distance, simply watching the colors of the nebula with her. He let his own skin slowly, gently mimic the colors they both saw, the deep purples, the fiery oranges, the calm blues. Myral noticed. One evening, as Kaelin's skin shimmered with the exact silvery green of a passing comet's tail, her spines answered with a chord of gentle curiosity. It was a question. He turned to her and his skin pulsed a soft, acknowledging gold. A conversation, slow and beautiful, had begun. They decided to make the crystalline cave their shared shelter, their safe space. Kael, with his light touch, encouraged glowing mosses and gentle, star-shaped fungi to grow in the crevices, providing a soft, bioluminescent light. Myrle, with her resonant hums, found she could tune the natural frequencies of the crystals, making them glow brighter and even change color in harmony with her songs. Together they transformed the cave into a symphony garden, a place where light and sound were one and the same. Their collaboration was not without its humorous learning curves. Kael once spent a whole cycle tending to a patch of particularly vibrant blue moss, his skin radiating a proud, brilliant azure. Myrle, wanting to share in his joy, approached and let out a celebratory, triumphant fanfare from her spines. The sudden, powerful sound waves were too much for the delicate moss, which instantly retracted its light and shriveled slightly. Kaelin's azure flickered into a startled, spotted pattern of surprise and disappointment. Myrle's music cut off abruptly, replaced by a single, wavering note of remorse. But instead of frustration, Kael let his skin soften to a forgiving, warm peach. He gently touched the moss, and it slowly began to re-glow. Then he turned to Myrle and projected a series of slow, pulsing colors, first the blue of the moss, then a question mark-shaped swirl of green, followed by the image of a sound wave, gently rising and falling. He was asking, was it the loud sound? Myrle, understanding the visual story, responded with a sad, dipping melody and nodded her head. Then she experimented. She produced the faintest, most whisper-like hum. The crystals around them tingled, and the moss seemed to lean into the vibration, its light pulsing in time. Kaelin's skin erupted in joyful, dancing golds and pinks. They had learned her music could nurture, too, if it was gentle. From then on, they developed a quiet garden hour, where only the softest colors and the most whispery harmonies were allowed. Their deepest connection was forged in the quiet moments, sitting at the mouth of their cave, watching the universe turn. They would point out constellations to each other in their own languages. Kael would trace the shape of the singing swan with a trail of light from his fingertip, its form shimmering in the air for a moment before fading. Myrle would then play the constellation's song, a melody her people had passed down for generations, a tune that sounded like wind through cosmic reeds. One night a rare celestial event occurred, the slow, graceful dance of two twin moons from a nearby system, weaving around each other in a silent, eternal waltz. They sat together, wrapped in the comfortable silence of their friendship. Kaelin's skin glowed with a soft, contented silver, mirroring the moon's. Myrle's spines produced a low, continuous harmony, a sound of profound peace and belonging. No words were needed. The shared beauty was their conversation. The gentle light from his skin and the soft sound from her spines intertwined there on the cliff edge, a testament to a friendship that needed no common tongue. The time came when their repairs were complete. Kaelin's seed ship was whole again, its wooden hull gleaming. Myrle's resonant shell hummed with latent power, ready to catch the solar winds. But the cave was no longer just a shelter. It was a home they had built together. On their last evening, they stood in the center of their symphony garden. Kael reached out and placed his hand on the largest crystal in the cave. He focused all his gratitude, all his affection for his friend, into a single, brilliant, warm white light that flowed from his palm into the stone, causing the entire cave to flare with a pure, steady glow. It was a light that said, "I will remember you." Myrle understood. She stepped forward, and with a deep, resonant breath, she played not a song, but a chord. It was a harmony she had never made before, composed of the joy of their first understanding, the laughter from their misunderstandings, the peace of their stargazing, and the love of their friendship. The chord settled into the crystal, which now held both his light and her song, forever intertwined. They parted ways the next cycle, their ships drifting out of the asteroid belt in opposite directions. But they left behind a beacon in the darkness. Any traveler who happens upon that crystalline cave in the Serenity Belt will find it aglow with a gentle, everlasting light. And if they listen very, very closely, they will hear a faint, beautiful melody, a duet of color and sound, a story of two friends who proved that kindness is the one universal language, a language that can build a home among the stars and bridge the infinite gap between worlds. And in that silent, glowing cave, the universe feels just a little bit smaller and a great deal warmer. Story 9. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the sleeping house. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine boughs, a gentle counterpoint to the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall. It was on such a night, when the world felt wrapped in a blanket of quiet, that the most unexpected stories often began. In a small room at the top of the stairs, a boy named Leo lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was a quiet child with a heart full of questions and a mind that saw patterns in the falling rain. He often felt a little invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a vast library. His days were pleasant enough, filled with school and chores and the comfortable rhythm of small-town life, but he carried a quiet longing for something he couldn't name, a feeling that there was a secret color to the world he hadn't yet been allowed to see. It was this feeling that drew his gaze to the old oak tree at the bottom of the garden. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun vanished, a soft, pulsing light would appear deep within its gnarled roots. It wasn't the fierce orange of the fireplace, nor the cold white of the stars. It was a warm, deep amber, the color of honey and old embers, and it glowed with a gentle, patient rhythm, like a sleeping heart. No one else in his family seemed to notice it. When he'd mentioned it once, his father had smiled and said it was probably just a trick of the light. But Leo knew. He'd watch it from his window night after night, and the glow seemed to be an invitation, a silent call he was too hesitant to answer. One night, however, the feeling became a pull he could no longer resist. The house was deep in slumber, though only sounds the soft sighs of his sleeping family. The amber light from the oak tree pulsed a little brighter, a little more insistently. Slipping from his bed, Leo pulled on his thick socks and his worn corduroy jacket. He crept down the stairs, each creak of the wood a thunderclap in the silence, and slipped out the back door into the cool, damp air of the garden. The grass was silvered with dew, and his breath plumed in the moonlight. The world was a study in monochrome, all blacks, grays, and silvers, except for that one point of warm, amber light at the base of the great oak. As he drew nearer, the light seemed to grow, not in size, but in presence. It hummed a low, resonant thrum that he felt in his bones more than heard with his ears. He knelt before the ancient tree, its bark rough and cool beneath his fingers. The light was coming from a small, hidden hollow, tucked away behind a curtain of ivy. Taking a deep breath, Leo reached inside. His fingers did not close around a stone or a piece of glass. Instead, they brushed against something smooth and strangely warm, like a sun-washed pebble from a summer riverbed. He drew it out. It was a seed no larger than his thumb, but it was unlike any seed he had ever seen. It was carved from a wood so dark it was almost black, and from its very core the gentle amber light pulsed steadily. It felt alive in his hand, a tiny, slumbering sun. As he held it, a voice, as dry and rustling as autumn leaves, spoke from above him. "You've been watching for a long time, little watcher." Leo started, nearly dropping the seed. He looked up into the branches of the oak. There, perched on a low-hanging bough, was a great horned owl. Its feathers were the color of tree bark and shadow, and its eyes were two pools of bottomless, gentle darkness. I'm sorry," Leo stammered, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I didn't mean to steal it." The owl blinked slowly. "One does not steal a gift that is offered. It has been waiting for you. It is a moon-blessed seed. It glows for those whose hearts are ready to listen to the quieter songs of the world." "Ready for what?" Leo asked, his voice a whisper. For the journey, the owl replied, its tone matter-of-fact. The seed is a key. It opens the way to the Glimmerwood. A place that exists in the spaces between the ticks of the clock and the beats of a dreaming heart. My name is Corbin. I am to be your guide. Leo looked from the wise, feathered face to the glowing seed in his palm. A journey. A hidden world. It was everything his quiet heart had longed for, and now that it was here, he felt a flutter of fear. I'm not sure I'm the right person, he said. I'm not particularly brave. Corbin tilted his head. Courage is not the absence of fear, little watcher. It is the decision to walk forward even when your socks are damp and your heart is whispering doubts. Hold the seed to the hollow. With a trembling hand, Leo did as he was told. The moment the glowing seed touched the dark opening in the tree, the world dissolved into a whisper of sound and light. The familiar garden melted away like a watercolor painting in the rain, and for a moment Leo felt as if he were floating. Then his feet found solid ground, and a new world bloomed around him. He was standing in a forest, but it was a forest spun from starlight and dreams. The trees were immense, their trunks the color of twilight, and their leaves shimmered with a soft, internal luminescence, casting a dappled, gentle light upon the forest floor. Giant mushrooms in hues of cobalt and violet glowed like fairy lamps, and the air was thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp, rich earth. This was the Glimmerwood. It was both profoundly peaceful and vibrantly alive. Fireflies the size of his thumb drifted lazily, their lights blinking in a slow, silent code. In the distance he could hear the soft chime of a stream flowing over smooth, singing stones. It's beautiful, Leo breathed, all his fear forgotten in a wave of wonder. It is home, Corbin said, alighting softly on a nearby branch that sparkled with dew. But even beautiful places hold their mysteries. The Glimmerwood is fading. The heart flame, the source of all its light and life, is dimming. The songs of the stream are growing quieter. The glow of the leaves is less bright. The seed you hold is connected to it. It was sent out into your world to find someone who could help. Leo looked down at the seed in his hand. Its amber pulse seemed more significant now, a tiny echo of a much greater, faltering heart. Me, but what can I do? The path will show you, Corbin said cryptically. We must follow the luminous stream to the sunken grove where the heart flame burns, but the way is not as it once was. The shadows have grown longer and the path has become forgetful. And so their journey began. They walked along the bank of the luminous stream, whose waters flowed with liquid light, casting shifting patterns on the overhanging branches. At first, Leo was simply overwhelmed by the beauty. He saw flowers that hummed when the wind passed through their petals, and stones that, when stepped upon, released a soft, musical note into the air. He felt a sense of belonging he had never known, as if a part of him he'd forgotten had finally come home. But soon, Corbin's warnings proved true. The further they went, the more the vibrant light of the Glimmerwood began to wane. The leaves on the trees grew pale and translucent. The glowing mushrooms dimmed to a faint smolder. A deep, melancholic silence began to settle, broken only by the increasingly faint chime of the stream. The path itself became confusing. It would fork for no reason, or simply vanish into a thicket of thorns that seemed to twist and writhe as they passed. Leo, who had always been so observant, found his sense of direction failing him. He felt the old, familiar feeling of invisibility creeping back. What use was his quiet observation if he couldn't even find the way? It was during one of these confusing moments, as they stood at a crossroads where three identical paths diverged into the gloom, that Leo noticed something. The amber seed in his hand was pulsing faster. He held it up, turning slowly. When he faced the left-hand path, the pulse slowed, becoming a lazy, sleepy throb. When he faced the right, it flickered uncertainly. But when he faced the center path, which looked the most overgrown and forbidding, the seed's light burned steady and strong, its rhythm confident. "Corbin," he said, his voice gaining a new strength. "It's this way." The owl swiveled his head, his dark eyes glinting with approval. "You see, the key is also a compass. You only needed to learn how to read it." This small success was a spark that lit a tiny, steady flame of confidence within Leo. He was not just a passenger on this journey, he had a role to play. He began to pay closer attention to the seed, learning its language. A quick, frantic pulse meant danger or discord. A slow, sad throb meant a place where the fading was particularly advanced. A bright, steady glow meant they were on the true path. Their journey was not without its challenges. They came to a chasm, bridged only by a series of stepping stones that were slick with glowing moss and spaced just a little too far apart for Leo's comfort. The chasm below was a pool of deep shadows, from which faint, cold sighs echoed. "I can't," Leo whispered, his feet rooted to the spot. "You can," Corbin said, his voice a calm anchor. "Do not look at the distance to the other side. Look only at the next stone. Trust your feet. The moss is not your enemy. It is a cushion to soften your step." Leo took a deep breath, focusing only on the first stone. He stepped onto it, his heart in his throat. It held. He stepped to the next and the next, guided by Corbin's steady presence and the encouraging glow of the seed. When he finally reached the other side, his legs were trembling, but a profound sense of accomplishment warmed him from the inside out. He had been afraid, but he had walked forward anyway. As they traveled, an unexpected friendship blossomed between the boy and the owl. Corbin was patient and wise, full of stories about the glimmerwood from when the light was strong. He taught Leo the names of the whispering grasses and the luminous lichens. In turn, Leo shared stories of his own world, of school and his family, of his feeling of being overlooked. He spoke of things he had never voiced aloud, and Corbin listened with the deep, non-judgmental silence of the ancient trees. "You feel invisible," Corbin said one evening as they rested in the hollow of a giant, sleeping willow, "because you have been listening to the world instead of shouting at it. Here, that is not a weakness. It is your greatest strength. The glimmerwood responds not to noise, but to attention." The words settled in Leo's heart, quiet and true. He had always thought his quiet nature was something to be fixed. Now he was starting to see it as a kind of magic all its own. Days blended into nights in the timeless glimmerwood, marked only by the gradual dimming of the world around them. Finally, they reached the sunken grove. It was a vast circular depression in the forest floor, lined with ancient, crystalline trees whose branches were woven together in a domed canopy. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent, petrified tree stump, and within its hollow core a flame should have been burning. But what Leo saw made his heart sink. The heart flame was no more than a sputtering ember, a tiny, desperate flicker of amber light fighting against an encroaching tide of gray ash. The air in the grove was still and cold, and the song of the luminous stream, which originated from this very spot, was a mere, dying whisper. "We are in time, but only just," Corbin said, his voice heavy. "But what do I do?" Leo asked, desperation clawing at him. He held out the moon-blessed seed. "Do I throw it in?" Before Corbin could answer, a figure emerged from the shadows behind the petrified stump. It was a creature made of woven roots and sorrow, with eyes like dull coals. It was a wither-wraith, a being born from the despair of the fading wood. "You are too late," it rasped, its voice the sound of dead leaves crumbling to dust. "The silence is almost complete. Your little light cannot compete with the great quiet." Leo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The wither-wraith's words echoed the very fears he had carried inside him for so long. That he was too small, too quiet, too insignificant to make a difference. He looked at the dying ember of the heart flame. He looked at the seed in his hand, glowing with its steady, patient light. And then he thought of Corbin and the stepping stones and the humming flowers and the feeling of belonging. He thought of all the small, quiet wonders he had witnessed. He was not just Leo, the quiet boy. He was Leo, the watcher, the listener, the friend. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that a grand gesture would not work here. Throwing the seed into the flame would be like shouting into a gale. The glimmerwood did not need noise, it needed attention. It needed remembrance. He ignored the wither-wraith and walked slowly toward the dying heart flame. He did not look at the wraith nor at the overwhelming gloom. He knelt before the flickering ember, as he had once knelt before the old oak in his garden. And he began to speak. His voice was soft, but it carried in the silent grove. He did not chant a spell or shout a command. He simply began to describe, in rich sensory detail, everything he had seen and felt on his journey. He spoke of the velvety softness of the glowing moss. He described the exact sound of the lumina stream chiming over the singing stones. He recalled the pattern of the light through the dappled leaves, the scent of the night-blooming jasmine, the feel of the warm, living seed in his hand. He spoke of Corbin's wisdom and the strength of their friendship. He poured all his attention, all his observation, all his gratitude for this beautiful, hidden world into his words. He was not trying to relight the flame, he was reminding it of what it was. As he spoke, a gentle miracle began to unfold. The amber seed in his palm grew warmer, and its light began to flow from his hand, not in a beam, but in a soft, radiant wave that washed over the grove. Where the light touched, the gray ash receded. The crystalline trees began to gleam with a soft, internal light. The wither-wraith, deprived of the despair it fed upon, let out a soft sigh and dissolved back into the earth, not in defeat, but in release. Leo's words wove a tapestry of memory and love around the sputtering ember. He spoke of the fireflies and their silent code, of the musical stones, of the courage he found on the stepping stones. With every remembered detail, the ember grew brighter. It flickered, then caught, then bloomed. With a soft whoosh that was more felt than heard, the heart flame surged back to life. It was not a roaring bonfire, but a deep, steady amber flame that pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as the seed. Light flooded the sunken grove, warm and comforting. The lumina stream burst into a joyful, chiming song, and all through the glimmerwood, the leaves on the trees regained their shimmer, the mushrooms their brilliant glow, and the air its sweet, living scent. Leo fell silent, his heart so full he thought it might burst. The seed in his hand was still warm, but its light had softened, its job complete. Corbin landed softly beside him. "You see," the owl said, his voice thick with an emotion Leo had never heard in it before. "You did not bring a new light. You reminded the old light how to shine. Your quiet heart was the kindling it needed." The journey back was a celebration. The glimmerwood was restored, more vibrant and beautiful than ever. The path was clear and welcoming, and the creatures of the wood, now awake and joyful, came out to see them pass. They reached the great oak tree that was the gateway, and Leo felt a pang of sadness. He did not want to leave this place or his friend. "You can always return," Corbin said, as if reading his thoughts. "The way is open to you now. You are a part of this world, as it is a part of you. The journey has transformed you, little watcher. You have learned that your quiet attention is a light that can push back the shadows. Carry that light back with you." Leo nodded, his throat tight. He reached out and gently stroked Corbin's soft feathers. "Thank you, my friend." He held the moon-blessed seed to the hollow in the oak. The world shifted and softened, and in the space of a breath he was standing back in his own garden, the cool night air on his face. The oak tree was just an oak tree again, dark and silent. But in his hand the seed remained. It was no longer glowing with its internal light, but it was still there, smooth and warm, a tangible memory of his journey. He crept back into the silent house and up to his room. As he lay in his bed, the seed clasped tightly in his hand, he felt different. The quiet longing was gone, replaced by a deep, steady warmth. He had been on a grand adventure, but the greatest change was inside him. He no longer felt invisible. He felt like Leo, the boy who knew the secret songs of the world, who had a friend in a glowing wood, and who carried a small, steady flame of confidence in his heart. He looked out his window not with longing, but with contentment. The world outside was still monochrome, but he knew now that it was just the surface. Beneath it, pulsing in the spaces between the ticks of the clock, was a world of color and light, and he was connected to it forever. His eyelids grew heavy, the warmth of the seed in his hand, and the memory of the heart flame lulling him to sleep. The last thing he saw was the gentle, dancing shadow of the fireplace on the wall, and it seemed to him that the shadows were not just shapes, but a soft, silent echo of the shimmering leaves of the glimmerwood, waving him a gentle good night. And as he drifted into dreams, he knew with absolute certainty that he was exactly where he was meant to be, and that his own heart, quiet and true, burned steady and bright. Story 10. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered sugar dust and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place cobbled together from salvaged stardust and dreams, with crystalline domes that hummed gently and corridors that pulsed with soft, bioluminescent light. It was here that two very different souls found one another. First there was Laura, a being from the planet Veridia, where life expressed itself not in words but in shifting hues and gentle, rhythmic pulses of light. Her form was slender and graceful, like a sapling woven from moonlight, and her skin shimmered with colors that changed with her feelings, soft blues for calm, warm gold for joy, and gentle lavender for curiosity. She had come to the Starlight Haven seeking solitude and silence, a place to watch the slow dance of constellations, far from the vibrant, noisy cities of her homeworld. Then there was Borlen, a visitor from Grummos, a world of deep, resonant caves and humming crystal forests. Borlen was sturdy, with a rounded, pebbled hide that rippled with vibrations, a language of low, melodic hums and resonant frequencies that conveyed meaning as clearly as any spoken tongue. His eyes were large and dark, like pools of still water, and they held the light of 1,000 distant suns. He had arrived at the observatory by chance, his small vessel guided by a malfunctioning star chart, and decided to stay when he felt the quiet peace of the place. Their first meeting was one of gentle confusion. Laura, upon seeing Borlen's unfamiliar form, had flushed a startled, shimmering silver. Borlen, in turn, had emitted a low, wavering hum of uncertainty. They stood at opposite ends of the main observatory hall, a vast chamber with a ceiling made of clear crystal, through which the star-strewn sky glittered like a scattered treasure hoard. For days they moved around one another carefully, like two shy moths circling the same flame. Laura tended to the small hydroponic garden she had cultivated in one of the dome's sunlit corners, a tangle of glowing mosses and fragrant, star-shaped blossoms that responded to her colorful presence by glowing brighter. Borlen, meanwhile, occupied himself by repairing the observatory's ancient harmonic resonators, devices that translated planetary vibrations into soft, chiming music. It was in the garden that they first truly connected. Laura noticed one afternoon that the blossoms nearest to where Borlen often sat had begun to sway in time with his humming, their petals trembling as if dancing to a silent tune. Curious, she shifted her own color to a soft, inquisitive green-gold and drifted closer. Borlen, sensing her approach, turned and let his hum soften into a gentle, welcoming drone. He gestured with a thick-fingered hand toward a cluster of luminous blue flowers then hummed a specific three-note sequence. The flowers shivered and glowed a little brighter. Laura, understanding, let her own light pulse in a slow, rhythmic gold. The flowers swayed toward her. They had found their first shared language, the language of the garden itself. In the days that followed, they began to build something new together, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. In a small, sheltered alcove off the main observatory, they created the Harmony Nook. Borlen used his natural affinity for vibration to coax the walls into forming delicate, resonant crystals that caught the light and refracted it into soft rainbows. Laura brought her glowing plants and hanging vines until the nook was a tiny paradise of light and sound, a place that felt both alien and deeply familiar. But not every moment was seamless. There were misunderstandings, born of worlds apart. One afternoon, Laura noticed Borlen arranging smooth, dark stones in a perfect circle on the floor of the Harmony Nook. To her, the circle felt closed off, unwelcoming, a symbol of separation in her culture. Her light dimmed to a worried gray. Borlen, sensing her shift, hummed a questioning tone. She responded by pulsing a slow, sad violet. Confused, Borlen hummed louder, a rumbling that made the crystals in the walls vibrate. Laura flinched, her light flickering in alarm. It was only when Borlen gently took one of the stones and placed it in her slender hand, then hummed the story behind it, that she understood. On Grummos, circles of stone were a sign of protection and unity, a way of saying you are safe here. His intention had been the opposite of what she'd felt. Relief washed through her in a wave of soft pink and gold, and Borlen's hum shifted into a warm, chuckling resonance. They had stumbled, but they had not fallen. Another time, Borlen was puzzled when Laura began to drift through the observatory in slow, looping patterns, her light shifting through a complex sequence of colors. He thought she might be distressed, and his humming took on a concerned, lower pitch. But when he finally approached, she let her light settle into a patient, shimmering turquoise and gently guided him to the main crystal dome. There she showed him how her light patterns mirrored the movement of a distant binary star system, a dance of celestial bodies she had been tracing for days. Borlen listened, his dark eyes reflecting the stars, and then hummed a melody that mimicked the orbital rhythm. They spent the rest of the evening sharing their favorite cosmic dances, his in sound, hers in light. As cycles passed, their friendship deepened in the quiet moments. Often they would sit together in the Harmony Nook, watching through the crystalline dome as starships glided like silent fireflies and nebulae bloomed in the deep. Laura's light would soften to a contented, steady gold, and Borlen's humming would settle into a peaceful, almost inaudible thrum, a sound felt more than heard, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. They learned to speak without sound or color in the way old friends do, a tilt of the head, a shift in posture, a shared glance toward a particularly bright star. They discovered that kindness needs no translation. When Laura's favorite star bloom wilted, Borlen spent a full day humming to the soil until a new bud emerged, glowing even brighter than the last. And when Borlen struggled to realign a stubborn resonator, Laura stayed beside him, her steady, calm blue light a silent anchor until the device chimed back into harmony. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the darkness, they sat together in their nook, surrounded by the gentle glow of plants and the soft chime of crystals. Laura let her light ripple in a pattern that meant gratitude. Borlen answered with a hum that meant belonging. They didn't need to say aloud what they both felt, that in this little corner of the universe they had built a bridge not of words or technology, but of shared silence, mutual wonder, and the simple, steadfast language of care. And as the stars wheeled slowly overhead, the starlight haven felt less like a forgotten outpost and more like a home. A small, glowing proof that no matter how far we travel or how different we may seem, understanding blooms where kindness is sown, and friendship, once rooted, grows stronger than gravity, brighter than any sun. Story 11. The old house had always been full of whispers, but tonight, as rain tapped gentle fingers against the window panes, the whispers seemed to gather in the corners of Leo's room. He lay in his bed, the quilt pulled up to his chin, listening to the familiar nighttime sounds, the soft creak of floorboards settling, the distant hoot of an owl, and the steady patter of rain. But there was another sound, one he hadn't noticed before, a faint, melodic hum that seemed to be coming from the attic. Leo had always been told the attic was just for storage, a place for forgotten things. But the hum was like a thread of silver light, pulling at his curiosity. Slipping from his bed, his bare feet made no sound on the cool wooden floor as he crept to the hallway. The door to the attic was never locked, just stiff on its hinges. With a gentle push that made a soft screech, it opened to reveal a steep staircase disappearing into shadows. The air in the attic was thick with the scent of old paper, cedar, and dust motes dancing in the sliver of moonlight filtering through the round window. The hum was clearer here, a sweet, chiming sound that seemed to emanate from a large, brass-bound trunk tucked beneath the eaves. The trunk was old, its leather worn soft as velvet, and its latch was shaped like a sleeping owl. Leo knelt before it. His heart beat a quiet, steady rhythm against his ribs. This was the beginning of his journey, though his feet would not carry him far. This was a journey of the spirit, measured not in miles, but in the quiet courage it takes to open something long forgotten. With a deep breath, he reached out and touched the owl-shaped latch. To his surprise, it wasn't locked. It clicked open with a sound like a pebble dropping into a still pond. The lid of the trunk lifted with a sigh, releasing a cloud of lavender-scented air. Inside, nestled in folds of faded blue velvet, lay a most extraordinary object. It was a music box, but unlike any he had ever seen. It was carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. On its lid was an intricate scene, a miniature forest complete with tiny trees, a winding path, and a cottage with a smoking chimney no bigger than his thumbnail. And in the center of this forest was a small, empty space, shaped like a key. The humming was coming from the box itself. Leo carefully lifted it out. It was warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. He ran his fingers over the carved trees and the little path, and as he did, the humming grew slightly louder, more insistent. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this box was waiting for something. It was waiting for its key. His search began there, in the cozy clutter of the attic. He moved slowly, his movements accompanied by the rustle of old newspapers and the soft thump of displaced cushions. He opened hat boxes that released the ghostly scent of roses, peered into crates of tarnished silver, and carefully shifted stacks of books whose spines crackled when touched. He was about to give up, thinking the key was lost to time, when a soft purr rumbled from a shadowy corner. A cat, as gray as the attic dust, uncurled itself from a nest of old sweaters. Leo had seen her around the garden, but never up here. She had eyes the color of ancient amber, and she blinked slowly at him before padding over to the trunk. She butted her head against his hand, her purr a tiny motor of comfort, and then she pawed at a small, almost invisible drawer at the very bottom of the trunk that Leo had missed entirely. With a gentle tug, he pulled it open. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, was the key. It was not metal, but carved from a piece of creamy, smooth bone, and its bow was shaped like a star. "Thank you," Leo whispered to the gray cat, who merely blinked again and began meticulously washing a paw, her work done. His hand trembled only slightly as he fitted the star-shaped key into the empty space on the music box's lid. It slid in perfectly. He turned it. The world did not vanish. The attic did not fall away. But the music that spilled from the box was a living thing. It was the sound of wind in high branches, of water tumbling over smooth stones, of distant bells ringing in a far-off tower. And as the music played, the tiny carved scene on the lid began to glow with a soft, golden light. The smoke from the cottage chimney began to curl and twist, and it formed words in the air before his eyes. The heartwood is sleeping, its song is faint. Find the three keepers, hear their plaint. Patience for the root, a song for the leaf. A mended bond to end the grief. The glowing smoke dissolved, and the music softened to its original hum. Leo stared at the little wooden world. The journey had truly begun. He wasn't to travel to a physical place, but into the heart of this tiny, magical forest. He had to find the courage to listen, to understand, and to help. The first keeper, the message said, was the root. Leo looked closely at the base of the carved trees. There, nearly hidden in the intricate roots of the largest oak, was a tiny door. Taking a deep breath, he reached out with his mind, pouring all his focus and patience into the thought of that little door. To his astonishment, the lid of the music box seemed to melt away, and he felt a strange, gentle pulling sensation, as if he were being drawn into a deep, quiet dream. He found himself standing at the edge of a forest, though he was still sitting cross-legged on the attic floor. It was a forest of twilight and soft moss, where the air smelled of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The trees were enormous, their canopies whispering secrets high above. Before him was the very oak from the music box, and at its base was the small, round door. As he watched, the door creaked open, and a small, grumpy-looking mole in a tiny waistcoat shuffled out. He wore spectacles on the end of his nose and was muttering to himself. "Bother and befuddle," the mole grumbled, his voice a low, earthy rumble. "The roots are all in a tangle, can't hear the deep songs, can't feel the turning of the world, it's all just noise and knots." This was the keeper of the root. His name was Tumble, and his challenge was a labyrinth of gnarled roots that had grown twisted and confused, blocking the flow of the forest's ancient music. "Perhaps I can help," Leo said, his voice barely a whisper in the vast, quiet wood. Tumble peered up at him, his spectacles glinting. "Help HMPH, you're terribly large and abrupt, roots require patience. Slow and steady, no rushing." "I can be patient," Leo said, and he meant it. He sat down on the soft moss, the way he sometimes sat by the pond in his garden, waiting for a frog to appear. He didn't try to untangle the roots with his hands. Instead, he just watched. He listened to the rustle of leaves above, the scuttling of tiny beetles, the slow, deep breathing of the earth. He watched how the roots intertwined, noticing a pattern in the chaos. After a long, quiet time, he pointed to a particular knot. "That one," he said softly. "If that root is gently guided under that other one, instead of over, I think the path would clear." Tumble blinked his small, dark eyes. He shuffled over to the knot and, with delicate claws, began to work at it. It was slow, meticulous work, accompanied by the soft scratch-scratch of earth and the occasional grunt from the mole. Leo didn't fidget or hurry him. He just waited, breathing in the peaceful scent of the forest. Finally, with a soft pop, the root slipped into its proper place. A deep, resonant hum, like a cello string being gently plucked, vibrated up from the ground. The other roots seemed to sigh and shift, untwisting themselves, creating a clear, flowing path. The deep song. Tumble exclaimed, his grumpiness replaced with wonder. "I can hear it again. The stories of the stones, the memories of the water. Thank you, large, patient one." He bowed, and from his waistcoat pocket he produced a small, smooth, brown seed that glowed with a soft, steady light. "The patience of the root," he said, handing it to Leo. "It will light your way." The seed felt warm and alive in Leo's hand. As he took it, the twilight forest faded, and he was back in the attic, the music box still humming in his lap. The gray cat was now curled beside him, her purring a soft counterpoint to the box's melody. One challenge was complete. The second keeper was the leaf. Leo looked back at the music box. High in the branches of the carved trees, he now noticed a delicate, hammock-like nest woven from spider silk and willow fronds. Focusing his thoughts there, he felt the gentle pull once more. This time he found himself high in the canopy of the great forest. The world was a symphony of green and gold, with sunlight dappling through the leaves. The air was filled with the chirping of crickets and the whisper of the wind. In the nest sat a small, elegant cricket, her body the color of a new leaf. She was holding a tiny, silver violin, but she wasn't playing it. She was sighing, a sound like a breeze passing through reeds. "My song is lost," she chirped, her voice melodious even in its sadness. "The wind has stolen the melody, and my wings are too heavy with silence to chase it. I am Fret, the keeper of the leaf, and without my song, the trees cannot remember how to dance." Leo understood. Her challenge wasn't about untying a knot, but about finding a lost tune. He thought of the music box's own melody, the one that had called to him from the attic. It was a song of belonging, of home. "Maybe," he said gently, "you don't need to chase the song. Maybe you just need to remember it." He closed his eyes and began to hum the music box's tune. It was the sound of cozy attics and purring cats, of rain on windows and the warmth of a quilt. It was a simple, heartfelt song. Fret the cricket listened, her antennae quivering. Slowly she lifted her violin and rested it under her chin. Her bow touched the strings, and at first only a few hesitant notes came out, like the first drops of rain. But then she began to play. She didn't copy Leo's hum exactly. Instead, she wove it into her own memory, creating a new melody that was both familiar and fresh. It was the sound of sunlight on leaves, of sap rising in the spring, of seeds taking flight on the wind. As she played, the leaves around them began to tremble and sway. The entire canopy began to move in a graceful, swirling dance. The music filled the air, bright and clear, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of joyful relief. "My song," Fret trilled, her music soaring. "You helped me find it by sharing your own, thank you." She played a final, shimmering note, and from the heart of her violin, a single, glowing green leaf, intricately patterned like musical notation, drifted down into Leo's hand. "The song of the leaf," she said. "It will remind you that every heart has its own music." The green leaf was cool and vibrant in his palm. The canopy faded and he was back in the attic, the two glowing tokens, the brown seed and the green leaf, resting beside the music box. The gray cat stretched, her purr a deep, contented rumble. 2 challenges were complete. The final part of the riddle was a mended bond to end the grief. Leo looked at the little cottage on the music box. Its door was slightly ajar. Focusing there, he felt the pull for the third and final time. He found himself in a small, circular clearing before the cottage. A soft, golden light spilled from its windows, and the scent of baking bread and honey filled the air. But the scene was not entirely peaceful. On either side of the cottage's front path sat 2 creatures, resolutely facing away from each other. One was a badger, stout and serious, furrowed brow, clutching a small chipped teacup. The other was a fox, sleek and looking rather hurt, her tail wrapped tightly around her paws. Between them on the garden path lay a beautiful but broken ceramic honey pot. It was split cleanly in 2. The badger, whose name was Bramble, harumphed. "It was my grandmother's," he muttered, not looking at the fox. "Irreplaceable." The fox, called Piper, sighed. "It was an accident, Bramble. I was bringing it to you as a gift, filled with new honey. I tripped on a loose stone." Her voice was laced with regret. This was the broken bond. They were the keepers of the hearth, and their shared grief over this broken treasure was casting a shadow over the entire heartwood, making its song faint. The challenge was not to fix the pot, but to mend the friendship, Leo didn't speak at first. He walked over to the broken pieces and picked them up. They were cool and smooth. He looked at Bramble's sturdy, sad back and Piper's drooping ears. He thought about the wisdom he had gained, the patience from the roots and the shared song from the leaves. He sat down between them, not facing either one, but looking at the broken pot in his hands. "It's a beautiful shape," he said quietly. "Look at the swirls of blue and gold. Even broken, you can see how lovely it was." Bramble and Piper both glanced sideways at him, then at the pieces. "The break is clean," Leo continued. "It could be mended, not to hold honey again, perhaps, but to hold something else." He looked at Bramble. "It could hold the seed of a new memory." He looked at Piper. "And it could be decorated with the melody of a new song." He placed the two pieces on the ground between the badger and the fox. Then he placed the glowing brown seed from Tumble into one half, and the glowing green leaf from Fret into the other. A soft light bloomed from the broken pot. The two pieces trembled, then slowly drew together. But they did not fuse back into a perfect whole. Instead, they joined with a network of gleaming gold lines, like veins of light, tracing the path of the break. The kintsugi pot was now more beautiful for having been broken. The seed and the leaf glowed within it, their lights merging into a warm, golden radiance that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. Bramble and Piper turned to look at each other, their anger and hurt melting away in the face of this new, more beautiful whole. "You were bringing me honey," Bramble said, his voice soft. "I was," Piper whispered. "I'm so sorry about the pot." "It's just a pot," Bramble said, and he meant it now. "The friendship is what's precious." The bond was mended. As they smiled at each other, the golden light from the mended pot swelled, flowing out through the clearing, through the trees, down to the roots, and up to the leaves. The entire heartwood began to sing, a deep, rich, vibrant song of unity and wholeness. It was the song the music box had been trying to remember all along. The forest, the clearing, and the cottage faded, not like a dream ending, but like a gentle sigh of completion. Leo was back in the attic, the music box warm and silent in his lap. The carved scene on its lid was now glowing with a soft, perpetual golden light. The forest looked peaceful, the roots were strong, the leaves were dancing, and smoke, now a contented gray, curled from the cottage chimney. The journey was over. He had traveled far in courage, but had never left the cozy safety of the attic. He had learned that patience can untangle the deepest knots, that sharing your song can help others find their own, and that some things, when mended with love, become more beautiful than they were before. He placed the music box carefully back in the trunk, next to the star-shaped key. The gray cat uncurled herself and rubbed against his leg, her purr a soft brrr of approval. As he crept back to his bed, the rain had stopped, and the only sounds were the gentle tick-tock of the hallway clock and the distant, contented jingle of wind chimes from the garden. He slipped under his quilt, the warmth of his adventure settled deep inside him. The old house still held its whispers, but now they were the whispers of a forest sleeping peacefully, its heartwood beating in time with his own, a gentle, comforting rhythm that carried him into a deep and dreamless sleep. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young boy named Rowan who knew every secret of the woods except one, the mystery of the vanishing light. Each evening, just as the sun dipped behind the western peak, Rowan would stand at his window and watch a soft, pulsing glow appear deep within the ancient forest. It shimmered like embers breathed to life, dancing between the trees for exactly 7 minutes before disappearing completely. Rowan was a quiet child with eyes the color of moss after rain and a heart that listened more than it spoke. He lived with his grandmother in a cottage built of river stones and cedar beams, where the fireplace always crackled with pine logs and the air smelled of cinnamon and dried apples. His grandmother often told him stories about the forest, tales of whispering streams and fox paths that changed with the moon. But when Rowan asked about the evening light, she would simply smile and say, "Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved from windowsills, my dear." One autumn evening, as the last leaves clung to the oak trees like copper coins, Rowan decided he would no longer simply watch the light from afar. He pulled on his woolen jacket, the one patched at the elbows with forest green fabric, and fastened the carved wooden buttons. He filled his pockets with hazelnuts and a spool of silver, thread his grandmother used for mending dreams. Then, with one last glance at the sleeping form of his grandmother in her rocking chair, he stepped into the twilight. The forest welcomed him with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. His boots made soft, crunching sounds on the path, a rhythm that matched the beating of his heart. Fireflies blinked their green-gold lights in the ferns, and somewhere in the distance, an owl called out a question to the gathering stars. Rowan followed a trail of quartz stones that gleamed in the fading light, each one placed just far enough apart to make him wonder if they were natural or placed there by some careful hand. As he walked deeper into the woods, the air grew warmer, as if he were approaching a hidden hearth. The ordinary night sounds, the rustle of mice in the underbrush, the whisper of wind through pine needles, faded away, replaced by a soft, humming vibration that seemed to come from the trees themselves. And then he saw it. Through a curtain of weeping willows, their branches trailing like silver hair, Rowan glimpsed the source of the mysterious light. It wasn't a fire or a lantern, but a tree, an ancient, magnificent oak whose leaves glowed with the warm, shifting colors of embers in a hearth. Each leaf pulsed gently, casting patterns of amber and ruby and gold across the clearing. The tree's bark was patterned like intricate lace, and from its branches hung fruits that shimmered like captured moonlight. But what made Rowan catch his breath wasn't the tree itself, but the small figure curled at its roots, a fox with fur the color of autumn sunshine, sleeping peacefully with its nose tucked under its bushy tail. As Rowan watched, the fox stirred, lifted its head, and looked directly at him with eyes that held the same glowing light as the tree. "You're later than I expected," the fox said, its voice like the sound of dry leaves skittering across stone. Rowan, who had never spoken to a fox before, found his words caught somewhere between wonder and disbelief. You were expecting me." The fox stood and stretched, its body arching gracefully. The watching tree knows when someone truly sees it. Most people glance and look away, thinking it's just a trick of the light, but you... The fox tilted its head. "You kept watching. What is your name, steady-eyed child?" "Rowan," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the hushed air. "I am Ember," said the fox. "And this," she gestured with her nose toward the magnificent tree, "is the heartwood. It has been waiting for you." As Ember spoke, Rowan noticed something troubling. Though the tree glowed with magnificent light, several of its branches seemed faded, their leaves dull and listless. One particularly large limb showed cracks in its bark, and the light from it flickered uncertainly, like a candle fighting a draft. "It's dying, isn't it?" Rowan asked softly. Ember's ears drooped slightly. "The heartwood has been fading for many seasons. It draws its light from the connections between living things, the friendships, the kindnesses, the moments of understanding. But lately..." She sighed, a small puff of mist in the cool air. "Lately the world has grown quieter. People pass through the forest without truly seeing it. Children no longer leave gifts for the fairies. The old paths are becoming overgrown. The heartwood is starving for connection." Rowan reached out and gently touched the tree's bark. It was warm, like bread fresh from the oven, and he felt a faint vibration, like a heartbeat. "What can be done?" "There is a legend," Ember said, patting closer, "that when the heartwood begins to fade, a keeper will come, someone who sees not just with their eyes, but with their heart. This keeper must journey to the four corners of the forest and collect tokens of connection to restore the tree's light." "Tokens of connection?" Rowan asked. Moments of true understanding between beings, Ember explained. A tear of gratitude from the moonlit pond, a laugh shared with the stone giants, a song learned from the wind that whispers through pines, and finally, a story remembered by the memory moss. She looked at Rowan, her glowing eyes earnest. These tokens must be collected before the moon is full again, or the heartwood's light will fade forever. Rowan looked at the magnificent tree, at its fading branches, and then at the small fox who had been its companion. He thought of his grandmother's stories about kindness being a light that never truly goes out. He thought of the 7 minutes each evening when he'd stood at his window, feeling connected to something magical he couldn't quite name. "I'll help," he said, his voice firmer now. Ember's tail gave a happy twitch. "Then our journey begins now. First we must find the moonlit pond." They set off through the forest, the glowing light of the heartwood fading behind them until only Ember's eyes and the occasional firefly lit their way. The night was a tapestry of sounds, the crunch of their footsteps, the distant hoot of the owl, the gentle rustle of creatures moving through the undergrowth. Rowan found he wasn't afraid, not with Ember padding softly beside him, her fur occasionally brushing against his leg. After walking for what felt like hours, they came to a clearing where a pond lay perfectly still, its surface reflecting the moon like a silver coin. Around its edges grew night-blooming flowers that glowed with a soft blue light. "The moonlit pond remembers every tear ever shed into its waters," Ember whispered. "But it will only give us a tear of gratitude if we offer something in return, a memory of our own where we felt truly thankful." Rowan knelt at the water's edge. The pond was so clear he could see straight to the bottom, where smooth stones lay like sleeping turtles. He closed his eyes and thought back to the winter before, when he had been sick with fever. His grandmother had sat by his bed for 3 days, cooling his forehead with damp cloths and singing old songs in her crackly voice. On the 3rd night, when the fever broke, Rowan had opened his eyes to see her sleeping in the chair beside him, her hand still resting on his blanket. The wave of gratitude that had washed over him then had been so strong it brought tears to his eyes. As Rowan remembered this, a single tear escaped and fell into the pond. Where it touched the water, the surface rippled with soft golden light. From the center of these ripples, a smaller tear of water rose up, a perfect sphere that glowed with the same golden light. It floated toward Rowan and came to rest in his cupped hands, feeling like cool silk. "The pond has accepted your offering," Ember said softly. "You have the first token." Rowan carefully placed the tear of gratitude in a small vial he had brought, securing it with a cork. As they turned to leave, the night-blooming flowers seemed to glow a little brighter, as if in approval. Their next journey took them to the northern edge of the forest, where the stone giants slept. These weren't true giants, but massive rock formations that rose from the earth like slumbering beings. In the moonlight, their surfaces looked like folded blankets of granite and quartz. "The stone giants haven't spoken in centuries," Ember explained as they approached. "But they remember laughter from when the world was younger. To make them laugh again, we must share something truly joyful." Rowan looked at the silent stone forms. How does one make a mountain laugh? He thought of jokes and stories, but they all seemed too small for such ancient beings. Then he noticed something. In the crevices between the stones, small flowers grew, their faces turned toward the moon. And nestled against the base of the largest giant was a family of rabbits, sleeping in a warm, furry pile. Suddenly, Rowan knew what to do. He didn't try to tell a joke or story. Instead, he began to dance. It was a silly, joyful dance, the kind he did in his kitchen when his grandmother was baking apple pies and the music from her old radio filled the house. He spun and stomped and waved his arms, not caring how foolish he might look. Ember, caught up in the moment, began to chase her tail in circles, her fox form becoming a blur of autumn colors. At first, nothing happened. the stone giants remained silent and still. But then a low rumble began to build, starting deep within the earth and growing until it became a rich, rolling sound that reminded Rowan of boulders tumbling down a distant mountain. The giants were laughing, a slow, deep laughter that vibrated through the ground and made the nearby trees shiver with delight. From the largest giant's mouth, a crack in the stone that looked remarkably like a smile, a small, glowing pebble emerged. It floated toward Rowan and settled in his palm, warm and humming with joyful energy. A laugh shared with the stone giants, Ember said, her tail wagging. Well done, Rowan. The third part of their journey led them high into the hills, where the wind sang through the pine trees. The wind that whispers through pines was not a single being, but a chorus of voices that moved through the needled branches. To learn a song from the wind, Ember explained, you must listen not with your ears, but with your entire being. The wind's songs are made of memories, of places it has been, creatures it has carried, seasons it has witnessed. They sat on a bed of soft pine needles, the air around them alive with the wind's music. At first it sounded like ordinary wind, a rushing, sighing sound. But as Rowan listened more carefully, he began to hear patterns and melodies woven through the noise. There was the song of snow melting into spring streams, the melody of maple seeds spinning as they fell, the harmony of migrating birds calling to one another across great distances. Rowan closed his eyes and let the music wash over him. He thought of all the songs he knew, the lullabies his grandmother sang, the tunes the bakery man whistled as he kneaded dough, the simple melodies the schoolchildren made up while skipping stones across the river. Then, quite without thinking, he began to hum, a soft, wandering tune that wasn't quite any song he knew, but something new, born from the wind's music and his own memories. As he hummed, the wind stilled around them, listening. Then it joined him, weaving through his melody, adding harmonies that sounded like sunlight through leaves and rhythms like heartbeat. When the song ended, a single glowing note hung in the air before them, a shimmering sphere of sound that pulsed with soft light. Rowan reached out and the note settled in his hand, vibrating gently against his palm. You have learned the wind's song and made it your own, Ember said, her voice filled with wonder. The wind does not often share its music so freely. With 3 tokens collected, only one remained, the story remembered by the memory moss. They traveled to the deepest part of the forest, where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined like clasped hands. Here in the perpetual twilight grew the memory moss, a velvety green carpet that covered every surface and glowed with a soft green light. The memory moss remembers every story ever told in this forest, Ember whispered. But it will only share one if we offer a story in return, a true story that has never been told before. Rowan knelt and pressed his hand against the moss. It felt like the softest velvet and was surprisingly warm. He closed his eyes and thought about what story he could tell, a story that had never been spoken aloud. He thought of the year his parents had gone across the sea, promising to return before the first snowfall. He thought of watching the leaves change color and fall, of the first frost painting patterns on his window, of the way his grandmother's eyes grew sad each time she looked at the empty road. He remembered the day the first snow came, and his parents still hadn't returned. That night he had taken a ribbon from his mother's sewing box and tied it to the bare branches of the dogwood tree outside his window, a signal so they would know he was waiting. For weeks he watched that ribbon flutter in the winter wind. Then one morning he saw a bird, a scarlet tanager that should have flown south months ago, perched near the ribbon. The bird stayed for 3 days, singing each morning as the sun rose. On the 4th day his parents came up the road, their arms filled with packages and their faces bright with homecoming joy. After they had been welcomed back with tears and laughter, Rowan's father told him about seeing a scarlet tanager during their journey, a strange sight in winter, and how it had reminded him of the dogwood tree outside Rowan's window and how that memory had urged them to hurry home. Rowan had never told anyone that he believed the bird and his waiting were connected. It was a story he had kept in his heart, too precious and strange to share. But now, kneeling before the memory moss, he told it, every detail, every feeling, every wonder. As he spoke, the moss began to glow brighter. When he finished, a single strand of moss lifted from the ground, twisting and shimmering, until it formed a glowing green sphere that contained the essence of his story, and all the other stories the moss remembered. "You have the final token," Ember said, her voice hushed with reverence. They returned to the heartwood as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky. The tree looked even more faded than before, its light dim and uncertain. Several branches had lost their glow completely, and the fruits that hung from them looked dull and withered. Quickly, Ember urged. The tokens must be offered before the sun rises. Rowan approached the tree, the 4 glowing tokens held carefully in his hands. He didn't know what to do, so he simply stood before the massive trunk and spoke from his heart. "I bring you connections," he said softly. A tear of gratitude for kindness given, a shared laugh with ancient beings, a song learned from the wandering wind, and a story held close in a young heart. As he spoke, the tokens rose from his hands and floated toward the tree. The tear of gratitude merged with the roots, spreading golden light upward through the trunk. The laugh shared with the stone giant settled in the bark, and rich, joyful vibrations spread through every branch. The wind's song wove through the leaves, making them shimmer with new music. And finally, the story from the memory moss spread through the entire tree, causing fruits to glow with captured starlight and new leaves to unfurl, leaves that pulsed with the warm, steady light of embers. The heartwood began to shine, not with the flickering, uncertain light from before, but with a steady, radiant glow that spread throughout the clearing. The faded branches regained their color, the cracks in the bark healed, and the air filled with the scent of blooming flowers and warm honey. Ember looked at Rowan, her eyes shining with tears of happiness. "You've done it, Rowan. The heartwood is restored." As the first rays of sunlight touched the highest branches, Rowan noticed something changing about Ember. Her fox form seemed to be growing more translucent, blending with the morning light. "What's happening?" he asked, concern coloring his voice. Ember smiled, a gentle, peaceful expression. "My task is complete. I was the last keeper of the heartwood, bound to this form until a new keeper came. Now that you've restored the tree's light, my watch is ended." "But I don't want you to go," Rowan said, his throat tight. "Oh, I'm not going away," Ember assured him. "I'll always be here in the dappled sunlight through the leaves, in the warmth of the hearth fire, in the connection between all living things. And you," she touched his hand with her nose, "you are the heartwood's keeper now. Its light will burn as long as you remember to see the connections, the friendships, the kindnesses, the moments of understanding." With those words, Ember's form dissolved into 1,000 points of light that rose and joined with the heartwood's glow. Where she had stood, a small fox-shaped mark appeared on the tree's bark, a reminder of the friendship that had warmed both their hearts. Rowan stood for a long time, watching the heartwood shine in the morning light. Then he turned and began the walk home, the forest now filled with colors and sounds he had never noticed before. He saw the connection between the squirrel and the oak it planted, between the bee and the flower it pollinated, between the stream and the stones it polished smooth. When he reached his cottage, his grandmother was waiting at the door, a knowing smile on her face. "You've been to the heartwood," she said simply. Rowan looked at her in surprise. "You knew." She took his hand and led him inside, where the fire crackled welcomingly. "I was its keeper before you, my dear, and my grandmother before me. It's a secret passed down through our family." She gestured to the fireplace. "The light in our hearth is connected to the heartwood. That's why it never goes out." Rowan looked at the dancing flames with new understanding. The cozy fire that had warmed his childhood was connected to the magnificent tree deep in the forest, and now he was connected to both. That night and every night after, Rowan would stand at his window and watch the heartwood's light pulse gently in the distance. But now he didn't just watch, he remembered. He remembered Ember's friendship, the stone giant's laughter, the wind's song, and the story he had shared. And each time he remembered, the light seemed to burn a little brighter, a little steadier. And if you walk through that forest today, you might glimpse a man with moss-colored eyes, walking with a quiet fox whose fur is the color of autumn sunshine. They are the keepers of connections, the tenders of light, the rememberers of stories. And in the growing darkness their friendship burns steady and true, a warmth that guides weary travelers home, and a light that assures us all that no one is ever truly alone in this vast, beautiful, interconnected world. So close your eyes now, dear listener, and know that somewhere in the dreaming forest, a tree pulses with gentle light, a fox chases moonbeams, and connections weave their invisible threads between all living things. And in your own heart that same light glows, soft and steady, guiding you toward peaceful dreams and a tomorrow filled with wonder. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as warm as a hearth fire and as bright as a forest full of embers. Story 13. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers. Not the frightening kind that make you pull the covers over your head, but the gentle, sleepy whispers of memories tucked into corners and tucked under floorboards. It was in this house that a boy named Leo lived with his grandmother, and it was here, on a rain-softened afternoon, that the adventure began. The rain pattered a steady, soothing rhythm against the window panes. Plink, plink, plink. Inside, the air smelled of warm cinnamon and old wood. With the power flickering, Leo's grandmother had suggested a trip to the attic. The best treasures, she'd said with a twinkle in her eye, are often found when the television is silent. So Leo found himself at the base of the pull-down staircase, its cords swaying gently like a sleepy pendulum. With a soft creak and a puff of dust that danced in the slanted light, he climbed up into the attic's hushed world. It was a landscape of forgotten things. Towers of hatboxes stood like silent sentinels. Trunks heavy with secrets were tucked under sloping eaves. The air was thick and still, smelling faintly of cedar and dried lavender. Sunlight, weakened by the rain clouds, filtered through a single round window, illuminating a billion dust motes drifting in a slow, graceful ballet. Leo's exploration was a quiet ceremony. He ran his fingers over the spine of a photo album, its leather cover cracked with age. He peeked into a box of mismatched china, each cup holding the ghost of a long-ago conversation. It was when he moved a stack of yellowed newspapers that he saw it, tucked away in the deepest, darkest corner, behind an old rocking horse with one glass eye missing. It was a small, hexagonal box, no larger than his two hands put together. It was made of a wood so dark it seemed to drink the light, but inlaid on its lid was a mosaic of mother-of-pearl, forming the image of a winding path leading to a tiny, star-pierced tree. It was exquisitely beautiful, and it hummed with a vibration so faint he felt it more than heard it, a soft mmm against his palms. He carried it carefully over to the circle of light beneath the round window and sat cross-legged on the dusty floorboards. There was no visible latch or hinge. He turned it over and over, his brow furrowed. He tapped it gently. Tap, tap. Nothing. He was about to set it aside when, on a whim, he simply laid his palm flat against the lid and whispered, "Hello." With a sound like a tiny, distant bell, a chime so pure it seemed to clean the very air, the lid of the box slid silently open. Inside, there was no mechanism of gears or springs. Instead, the interior was a deep, velvety black, like a perfect night sky. And resting in the center of that darkness was a single, perfect acorn. It was not brown, but seemed to be carved from moonlight, and it pulsed with a soft, silvery glow. As Leo stared mesmerized, a voice, dry and rustling like autumn leaves, spoke from nearby. Well now, it's been a long time since anyone said hello to the Wondergrove box. Leo jumped, nearly dropping the box. Perched on the head of the one-eyed rocking horse was a small, bright-eyed squirrel. Her fur was the color of storm clouds, and her tail twitched with intelligent curiosity. Who are you?" Leo stammered. "I am Whiskered Witch," she said, cleaning a paw with brisk efficiency. "Keeper of the hidden nuts, and when the occasion calls for it, a guide for those who find the box, and you must be the one it chose." "The box chose me." "Of course," chirped another voice, this one a soft, deep purr. A vast, fluffy ginger cat uncurled himself from a basket of woolen blankets. He stretched, his claws scraping softly on the wood, and then padded over, his green eyes half closed in a look of supreme contentment. "The box doesn't open for just anyone, only for those whose hearts are quiet enough to listen. I am Rumple, guardian of the cozy nap, a pleasure." He sat, wrapped his tail around his feet, and began a low, rumbling purr that vibrated through the floorboards. Leo looked from the squirrel to the cat to the glowing acorn. "What is it?" he asked, his voice full of wonder. "That," said Whiskered Witch, her nose twitching, "is the seed of courage. It doesn't grow a tree you can see, but a forest inside you. But it's dormant, asleep. The journey to wake it is not measured in miles, but in moments." "And what kind of journey is that?" Leo asked, his heart beating a little faster. Rumple purred louder, a sound like a tiny, contented engine. "It is the journey from I can't to I will try. The box has shown you the path." He nodded his large head toward the lid. Leo looked down at the mother-of-pearl inlay. The winding path, the star-pierced tree. It was a map, not of a place, but of a feeling. "The challenge," explained Whiskered Witch, "is that the seed feeds on acts of true courage. Not the loud, sword-clashing kind, but the quiet, steady kind. The kind that feels a lot like kindness or cleverness or patience. You must perform 3 such acts before the last ray of sunlight leaves this attic. Only then will the seed wake, and its light will remain with you always." Leo felt a flutter of nervousness in his stomach. He was just a boy. What did he know of courage? "Do not look so worried," Rumple murmured, his purr a tangible comfort. "The first step is always the hardest. Listen, the house will tell you where to begin." So Leo sat in the circle of dimming light, the Wondergrove box warm in his lap, the acorn pulsing softly. He listened. Beyond the gentle patter-patter of the rain, he heard it. A faint, frantic scratching and a tiny, desperate squeaking. It was coming from the wall near the chimney. "A mouse," said Whiskered Witch. "Trapped behind the old wainscoting. She's been there since morning. Her family is terribly worried." That was the first challenge. Leo was not afraid of mice, but he knew getting her out would require patience. The space was too small for his hands. He looked around the attic, his eyes scanning the treasures. He saw a ball of twine, a child's fishing pole with a magnet on the end, and a long, gray feather from some forgotten bird. An idea, small and clever, began to sprout in his mind. He took the twine and carefully tied the feather to the end of the fishing line, removing the magnet. He then found a little ceramic thimble, filled it with water from a forgotten watering can, and placed it near the tiny hole where the scratching sound originated. Then, lying on his stomach on the dusty floor, he gently, ever so gently, fed the feather on its string into the hole. He didn't jab or poke. He simply wiggled the feather, making soft, swishing sounds. He waited. He could hear the scratching stop. He waited some more, his breath held. After a long moment, he felt a tiny tug. The mouse, curious and thirsty, had climbed onto the feather. With the patience of a glacier, Leo began to pull the string back, inch by slow inch. Swish, scrape, swish. Rumple watched, his purr a steady drumbeat of encouragement. Whiskered Witch held perfectly still, her tail frozen mid-twitch. Then a small, trembling brown nose appeared at the hole, followed by the rest of a tiny, frightened field mouse, perched precariously on the gray feather. She hopped off, drank deeply from the thimble, gave a grateful squeak, and darted away into the shadows. A warm feeling spread through Leo's chest. He looked at the acorn in the box. One of its points now glowed with a steady, gentle light. "Well done," Whiskered Witch chattered. "Cleverness is the first cousin of courage. Now, listen again." Leo listened. This time he heard a different sound, a soft, rhythmic creaking from the far end of the attic. It was the sound of the old rocking chair, moving back and forth, though no one sat in it. And with the creaking came a faint, sad sigh on the air. "That chair belonged to your great-grandfather," Rumple purred softly. "It holds a lonely memory. It misses the weight of a reader, the sound of a story being told aloud." The second challenge was one of kindness. Leo walked over to the rocking chair. He placed the Wonder Grove box carefully on its seat. Then from a nearby trunk, he pulled out a thick, heavy book bound in green cloths. Its title etched in faded gold read, "The History of Distant Stars." He sat in the rocking chair, the box warm beside him, and opened the book. The pages were brittle and smelled of sweet, old glue. He began to read aloud. His voice was quiet at first, but it grew stronger as he read about red giants and swirling nebulae, about constellations named for bears and hunters. The words were complex, but he sounded them out with care. The creak-creak of the rocker became a rhythm to his reading. The sad sigh was replaced by the soft whisper turn of the pages. He wasn't just reading to an empty attic. He was reading to the memory of his great-grandfather, to the lonely chair, to the very house itself. He was offering the kindness of his voice and his time. As he finished a chapter about the Phoenix constellation, he felt another wave of warmth in his chest. He looked down. A second point on the acorn now shone with a clear, bright light. The rain had almost stopped now, and the light in the attic was turning to a deep, twilight blue. Only one ray of sun remained, a golden blade cutting through the dust. "One more," whispered Whiskered Witch, her voice tense. "The last is often the most difficult, for it asks you to face the thing you fear the most in this small, safe world." Leo listened, his heart thumping. What did he fear? He thought of the dark corner where he'd found the box, the one behind the rocking horse. That corner had always felt heavy. It was where shadows pooled deepest when the sun went down. He was afraid of that particular darkness. "The final challenge is not in the corner, little one," Rumple said, as if reading his thoughts. His purr was a deep, grounding rumble. "The challenge is to sit here in your circle of light and let the darkness come, to know it is there and to not run from it, to be patient and brave in your own heart." So Leo did not move. He sat with the Wonder Grove box in his lap, the acorn now glowing with 2 brilliant points. He watched as the final ray of sunlight began to shrink, pulling back across the floorboards like a golden tide going out. As it went, the attic grew darker. The towers of hatboxes became hulking shapes. The one-eyed rocking horse seemed to stare at him with a knowing emptiness. The dark corner seemed to swell, its shadows reaching out with cool, silent fingers. A cold knot of fear tightened in Leo's stomach. His instinct was to scramble down the ladder, back to the lit kitchen, back to his grandmother. But he remembered the mouse and the patience that had freed her. He remembered the lonely chair and the kindness of a story. He took a deep, shaky breath. He looked down at the acorn, at its 2 points of light. They were like tiny, brave stars in the growing dark. He focused on their glow. He listened to Rumple's steady, rumbling purr and the soft rustle of Whiskered Witch's tail. These were his friends. He was not alone. The last sliver of sunlight vanished. The attic was plunged into deep, velvety darkness. It was complete and total. Leo could see nothing. He could hear his own heart beating, a frantic drum in the silence. The fear was a cold stone in his throat. But he did not move. He sat and he breathed. In and out. He held the box, feeling its gentle hum. He focused on the memory of the warm feeling, the light spreading in his chest. He was afraid, but he was also brave. And in that moment, he understood that courage was not the absence of fear, but the choice to be still and gentle in spite of it. In the profound blackness, a third point on the acorn ignited. It blazed not like a star, but like a tiny sun, so brilliant it cast his own faint shadow on the wall behind him. Then the entire acorn flared into a soft, radiant silver light, filling the attic with a gentle, moonbright glow. It was not a light that banished the shadows, but one that made them friendly and familiar. The dark corner was just a corner again. The rocking horse was just a toy. The distant bell chimed once more, a clear, sweet note that hung in the air. "The seed is awake," said Whiskert Witch, her voice full of pride. "And so is the courage in you," rumbled Rumple. "It will always be there now, a small light to guide you when things seem dark." The glow from the acorn slowly faded, but Leo could still feel its warmth, a permanent, gentle ember now nestled in his own heart. The lid of the Wondergrove box slid shut with a soft, final click. Just then, the attic light flickered on. The power was back. Downstairs, Leo's grandmother called, "Leo, time for hot cocoa." He stood up a little stiffly and placed the Wondergrove box back in its corner. It looked once more like a simple, beautiful wooden box. But he knew its secret. He climbed down the ladder, the warm feeling still glowing within him. The house felt different now, not just full of whispers, but full of friendly, watchful presences. He knew that Whiskert Witch was guarding her hidden nuts, and that Rumple was finding a new cozy spot for a nap. In the warm, cinnamon-scented kitchen, his grandmother handed him a steaming mug. "Find any treasures?" she asked, her eyes kind. Leo took a sip of the rich, sweet cocoa and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. "Yes," he said softly. "I found the very best one." And outside, as the last of the rain clouds drifted away, the wind chime on the porch sang a gentle, bell-like song, a soft and soothing lullaby for a house full of secrets, and a boy who had just learned that the greatest adventures are the ones we take within our own brave hearts. Story 14. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two gently sloping hills, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. It was a place where the cobblestones remembered the footsteps of generations, where the clock tower chimed every hour with a melody like raindrops on crystal, and where the wind sang secrets through the silver chimes hanging from every eave. The villagers, a gentle folk with kind eyes and warm hearts, lived in harmony with the woods, tending their gardens, baking honey-sweet bread, and sharing stories under the star-speckled sky. But one autumn evening, as the last of the daylight faded into a soft lavender dusk, young Finn noticed something peculiar. He was a baker's apprentice with a thoughtful nature and a habit of looking up at the sky while kneading dough. That evening, as he wiped flour from his hands and stepped into the garden behind the bakery, he saw it. A patch of the night sky, right above the elder oak, was empty. Not a single star twinkled there. It was as though a great, gentle thumb had smudged the constellations away. The next morning, the village buzzed with the news. Old maps were unrolled, telescopes were dusted off, and theories were shared over cups of spiced cider. Miss Hazel, the keeper of the village archives, recalled an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the stars step out to play, and the moon forgets the way, find the key where shadows rest, in the lullaby of the West. Finn, with his quiet curiosity, wrote the rhyme down in his flour-dusted notebook. He didn't believe in panic, he believed in patterns. That afternoon, while delivering warm loaves to the villagers, he listened. He heard the gentle rain begin to fall, pattering on the thatched roofs and dripping from the wind chimes with a sound like tiny bells. He noticed that the rain seemed to fall upward near the town square's fountain. Droplets quivered and danced, defying gravity for just a moment before rejoining their downward path. The village clockmaker, a meticulous man named Master Corbin, declared it a tear in time itself. "The stars haven't vanished," he said, adjusting his spectacles. "Time is flowing backward up there, and they've simply not arrived yet." He set to work tinkering with the great clock tower, convinced that its chimes held the answer. Finn watched him with interest, but felt a nudge in his heart that the solution lay elsewhere. The following day, Finn wandered into the glen, where the color-changing moonflowers grew. Normally they shifted from silver to blue with the moon's phases, but now they were fading to a pale, almost transparent white. As he knelt to examine them, he noticed something else. The footprints in the soft soil weren't human. They were delicate, star-shaped impressions, barely visible. He followed them, his steps quiet on the mossy ground, until they vanished near the base of the elder oak. That evening the village gathered in the common hall, the fire crackling warmly in the hearth. Miss Hazel read from an ancient book of constellations, pointing out how the missing stars formed the shape of a lark in flight. Master Corbin presented a complex diagram showing how the clock's gears could, in theory, be reversed. But Finn, sitting by the window where the gentle rain streaked the glass, remembered the nursery rhyme. "Find the key where shadows rest, in the lullaby of the West." He slipped out into the damp, fragrant night and made his way to the western edge of the village, where the oldest willow tree swayed, its leaves whispering. Beneath it, in a hollow where shadows pooled softly, he found a small, smooth stone with a star carved into its surface. It was warm to the touch. As he held it, he heard a faint, melodic hum, a lullaby carried on the breeze. Finn didn't rush back to the others. Instead, he sat under the willow, listening. He noticed that the wind chimes here played a different tune, one that matched the hum. And then he saw her, a tiny, shimmering creature with wings like frosted starlight, curled up and weeping softly. She was a star singer, a being who tended the constellations, and she was lost. Her name was Leora, and she spoke in a voice like chimes. She explained that while weaving new stars into the sky, she had accidentally brushed against a time thread, causing a ripple that made time flow backward in that patch of sky. The missing stars weren't gone, they were waiting in the wings, unsure when to appear. The backward-flowing rain and the fading moonflowers were side effects, the world responding to the sky's confusion. Finn, with his empathy, understood her fear. "You're not in trouble," he said gently. "You just need help finding your way back." He showed her the star-carved stone, and her eyes lit up. It was a tuning stone used to harmonize the stars' songs. Together they returned to the elder oak, where Leora sang a soft, rising melody. The empty patch of sky began to shimmer, and one by one the stars returned, brighter than before, arranged in the shape of a lark in flight. The next morning the village awoke to a sky whole again. The moonflowers glowed a deep, contented blue, and the rain fell in its usual gentle rhythm. Master Corbin, though his clock theory had been a red herring, discovered a new chime sequence that played Leora's melody, so the star singer would never lose her way again. The villagers, united by the mystery, held a feast under the stars, sharing stories and sweet bread, their bonds strengthened by the shared wonder. And as for Finn, he still looked up at the sky while kneading dough, but now he smiled, knowing that somewhere up there, a friend was singing the stars to sleep. The fire crackled, the wind chimes whispered, and in Starlight Hollow, all was well once more. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kael. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kael often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kael sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kael noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kael felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kael sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kael welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kaelin's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kael looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kael nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kaelin through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelin had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Alara plucked one and placed it in Kaelin's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kaelin returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelin continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelin continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelin began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend. They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kael, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the quiet, sleepy village of Amberwood, where chimney smoke curled into the twilight like lazy gray ribbons, there lived a young boy named Kaelin. His cottage stood at the very edge of the woods, where the whispering pines seemed to lean in close, sharing secrets with the wind. Every evening, just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, Kaelin would sit by the hearth, watching the flames dance and pop, a symphony of warmth and light that kept the encroaching shadows at bay. But tonight was different. Tonight, as a particularly stout log split open under the heat, something unusual tumbled from its heart. It was no ordinary piece of wood. It glowed with a soft, pulsing light, the color of ripe apricots in autumn sunsets. It was warm to the touch, but not hot, comforting like a hand held in friendship. Kaelin carefully picked it up, marveling at the way it seemed to breathe in his palm, its light ebbing and flowing like a tiny, captive star. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was no ordinary ember. It felt alive. That night, as he lay in bed with the ember resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow painted shifting patterns on the ceiling. And in the quiet between heartbeats he heard it, a faint, melodic hum like a distant song carried on the breeze. It was a sound that spoke of ancient forests and hidden pathways, of mysteries waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The next morning, Kaelin awoke with a new restlessness. The ember still glowed softly beside him, and its hum seemed to have woven itself into his dreams, leaving behind a lingering sense of purpose. After a breakfast of warm oatmeal sweetened with honey, he bundled up in his warmest woolens, tucked the ember safely into his pocket, and stepped out into the crisp morning air. The forest welcomed him with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny fairies. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden flowers. But Kael did not wander aimlessly. The ember in his pocket seemed to guide him, its hum growing slightly louder when he chose the right path, softening when he hesitated. He walked for what felt like hours, the world around him shifting from familiar oak and birch to older, grander trees with bark like wrinkled parchment and roots that sprawled across the forest floor like sleeping serpents. The light grew dimmer, the air cooler, and a deep, resonant quiet settled over everything. It was a silence that felt sacred, not lonely. And then he saw it, a door. It was woven into the massive trunk of an ancient willow, its frame formed by living, bending branches, and its surface an intricate tapestry of moss, lichen, and shimmering spiderwebs that caught the light like dewdrops. It was a door that seemed both part of the tree and something altogether magical. The ember in his pocket flared warmly, its hum now a clear, inviting melody. Hesitantly, Kael reached out. The door swung inward without a sound, revealing not the hollow of a tree, but a path descending into soft, dappled darkness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through. The world that unfolded around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. He found himself in a vast, subterranean grotto, but it was not dark. The walls and ceiling were studded with crystals that glowed with their own soft, bioluminescent light, blues, greens, and gentle golds that shimmered like captured starlight. Giant mushrooms, their caps as wide as wagon wheels, dotted the landscape, emitting a soft, rhythmic pulse of light. A shallow stream meandered through the center of the cavern, its water clear as glass and filled with tiny, glowing fish that darted like living sparks. And there, sitting by the stream with her feet dipped in the water, was a girl. She looked to be about his age, with hair the color of moss and eyes that held the deep, knowing glimmer of the oldest forests. She was humming the same melody that his ember had sung. She looked up as he approached, but she did not seem surprised. "You found the heart ember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wondered when it would call someone new." Her name was Leora, and she was the guardian of this hidden world, a place she called the Glimmer Deep. She explained that the heart ember was a fragment of the forest's oldest magic, born from the first fire ever kindled under these trees. It occasionally found its way into the world above, seeking out those with kind hearts and curious spirits. "The ember is fading," Leora said softly, her gaze falling to the glowing stone in Kaelin's hand. Indeed, its light seemed weaker now, flickering uncertainly. "The balance above is shifting, the old trees are forgotten, the streams are choked with silence. The Glimmer Deep draws its strength from the health of the forest above. If it weakens, we weaken." Kaelin's heart ached. He thought of the woods he loved, the quiet groves and chattering brooks. He had not realized they were in pain. "What can I do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Leora smiled, a small, sad thing. "The ember chose you for a reason. It believes you can help, but the way is not easy. The source of the fading is a mystery, a quiet sorrow that has settled over the land. We must find its heart and soothe it." And so began their journey, not a frantic race, but a slow, deliberate exploration of both the Glimmer Deep and the woods above. They walked together, Kael with his warming ember, Leora with her innate connection to every root and stone. They spoke in hushed tones, sharing stories, Kael of his life by the hearth, of baking bread with his grandmother and listening to the owl's call at night, Leora of dancing with fireflies and understanding the language of trees. As they traveled, Kael began to notice things he had never seen before. A patch of ground where nothing grew, though the soil seemed rich. A stream that flowed clear, but where no frogs sang. An old oak, its branches bare despite the season, standing lonely in a clearing. Each place felt heavy, burdened by a silence that was more than mere quiet. The ember would grow warm in these spots, its light pulsing slowly, as if in sympathy. It was near the silent oak that they met another unexpected friend. A small, elderly badger, her fur grizzled with age, was digging patiently at the base of the tree. She paused as they approached, looking up at them with wise, dark eyes. "You feel it too," she said, her voice a low, gravelly rumble. "The loneliness." Her name was Thistle, and she had lived by this oak for many seasons. She told them that the tree had once been the heart of a great gathering place for forest creatures. But over time, as animals grew scarce and humans kept more to their villages, the meetings had stopped. The tree had withdrawn into itself, its sorrow seeping into the earth around it. "It's not just this tree," Thistle sighed, settling onto her haunches. "It's many places. The forest forgets its own songs." The three of them sat together under the oak's skeletal branches, and Kael felt a profound sadness wash over him. It was not his own but the tree's, a deep, weary loneliness. Without thinking, he drew the heart ember from his pocket. It was glowing faintly, its light a pale, hopeful yellow. He placed it gently against the rough bark of the tree. A soft warmth spread from the point of contact, flowing up the trunk and down into the roots. The ember's light grew brighter, steadier. And then something miraculous happened. A single tender green leaf unfurled from a twig above their heads. It was small and fragile, but it was alive. Thistle let out a soft, amazed breath. Leora placed her hand on the tree, closing her eyes. "It remembers," she whispered. "It remembers it is not alone." They realized then that the mystery was not one single thing to be fixed, but many small fractures in the spirit of the forest. Places of forgotten joy, of abandoned connection. The fading was a loneliness that had taken root. Guided by the ember and Thistle's knowledge of the woods, they visited these places one by one. A meadow where no rabbits played anymore. A bend in the river where the kingfishers had nested for generations, now empty. Each time Kael would place the ember there, and its warm, persistent light would seem to awaken something, a memory of community, of shared life. And each time the ember itself grew stronger, its light more vibrant, its song clearer. It was as if by healing these lonely places, they were feeding the magic that sustained it. Throughout their journey, the friendship between Kael and Leora deepened. He taught her how to whistle using a blade of grass. She showed him how to listen to the stories the wind carried in its arms. They shared quiet meals of foraged berries and nuts, their laughter a new, joyful sound in the quiet glades. Thistle often joined them, her gruff warmth a steady comfort. Kael found himself changing, too. The boy who had been content to simply watch the fire now understood its true nature, not just as a source of warmth, but as a gatherer, a storyteller, a keeper of hearts. He understood that transformation was not always a dramatic burning, but often a slow, steady glow that nurtured new growth. One evening, as the three of them rested in a soft hollow carpeted with moss, the heart ember suddenly rose from Kaelin's palm. It hovered in the air between them, spinning slowly, its light now a brilliant, steady gold. The melody it hummed was no longer faint, but full and complete, a song of wholeness, of balance restored. It floated to Leora, brushing softly against her cheek, then to Thistle, touching her nose, and finally back to Kael, resting once more in his hand. Its job was done. "The forest remembers its song," Leora said, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "Thanks to you." But Kael shook his head. "Thanks to us." He looked at his friends, the forest guardian with mossy hair, the old badger with a heart as soft as her paws, and the magical ember that had brought them together. It was never about one person fixing everything. It was about remembering to listen, to care. The next day, Kael knew it was time to return home. The path back to the woven door felt familiar now, no longer strange or frightening. At the threshold he hesitated, looking back at Leora and Thistle. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Leora smiled. "The forest is always with you, Kael, and so are we. Listen for the hum in the hearth, look for the light in the leaves. We are never as far apart as it seems." Thistle nudged his hand with her wet nose. "Visit the old oak," she rumbled. "I'll save you the best blackberries." With a final, grateful look, Kael stepped through the door and back into the familiar woods of Amberwood. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. He walked home, the now dormant heart ember cool and smooth in his pocket. It was just a stone again, but the magic it had carried was now a part of him. That night, as he sat by his crackling fireplace, the flames seemed to dance with a new, knowing light. He could almost hear a faint, familiar hum woven into the pop and hiss of the burning logs. He knew with a calm certainty that the forest was healing, that he had helped, that he had made true friends in unexpected places. He climbed into bed, the events of his journey replaying in his mind like a sweet, lingering dream. The warmth of the friendship, the gentle guidance of the ember, the quiet triumph of healing, it all settled around him like a soft, comforting blanket. Outside his window, an owl called into the night, a deep, soothing sound that spoke of wisdom and watchfulness. In the distance, the wind rustled the leaves of the old oak, now sporting a brave crown of new green buds. The world was as it should be, connected, remembered, loved. And as Kael drifted into a peaceful sleep, he knew that the true magic was not in glowing embers or hidden doors, but in the willingness to listen, to care, and to reach out a hand in friendship. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, its light flickering across the room in a gentle, rhythmic dance, keeping watch over the boy who had learned to hear the song of the world and who would never feel alone again. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations, sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in Mrs. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clockmender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between 2 gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night, another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. Find the key where the 2 rivers meet. to make the scattered stars complete. Finn adjusted his spectacles. A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue. I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough, Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the whispering woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. Look, Finn, she said, pointing. That cluster there, it mirrors the crown constellation, and over there the swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading. Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Just like the real stars. They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. 2 streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. The 2 rivers meet, Lyra whispered. This must be the key. But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. A red herring or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven. Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear, the badger muttered. I'm late. I'm always late lately. Lyra knelt down. Late for what, friend? For the star gathering, the badger exclaimed. I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know. Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. But why is the sand flowing backwards? Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion. Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. Friends, she called out, her voice calm and clear. The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember. She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together. Tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. "I know a rhyme, too," she said shyly. "My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue." As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above the stars returned, not all at once but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. "Right on time," he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. They laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind-chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. The world above the clouds was a tapestry of whispered secrets and floating lanterns, where the air smelled of rain-kissed lilacs and freshly spun sugar. Here in the Etherium, the libraries did not stand on solid ground but drifted between dimensions, their shelves lined with books that hummed melodies only the heart could decipher. It was to one such place that a young dreamer named Kael journeyed, carrying with him a small woolen blanket his grandmother had woven, a soft, cinnamon-dusted thing that always smelled of home. Kael had not come for himself, but for his village below the mist. Lately the springs that fed their gardens had grown quiet, and the flowers had begun to wilt. The elders spoke of a forgotten song, one that could wake the waters, but the memory of it had faded like ink in the sun. It was said that the grand Athenaeum, the library that drifted where dreams and reality brushed against one another, held every story ever lived and every song ever sung. If the song of the springs was anywhere, it would be there. His guide was a creature of light and air, a lumina, a being that looked like a swirl of liquid starlight, shaped vaguely like an otter with wings of gossamer. It did not speak in words, but in ripples of color and gentle touches that conveyed meaning as clear as any language. When Kael felt doubt, it would brush against his hand, leaving a trail of warmth that smelled like morning dew and reassurance. They passed through the whispering archways, great stone frames hung with curtains of ivy that chimed softly in the wind. Each archway led to a different wing of the library, and each was guarded by gentle sentinels, stone giants who moved with the grace of clouds and whose eyes glowed with the soft light of forgotten constellations. They did not bar entry, but offered riddles woven from starlight and memory. Kael answered with stories from his own life, tales of kindness, of shared bread, of laughter around evening fires. And the giants would step aside, their stone faces curling into something like a smile. Deep within the Athenaeum, they found the starlight atrium. Here, books did not rest on shelves, but floated in the air like lazy fireflies, their pages turning to a music only they could hear. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, vanilla, and something else, something like the electric tang of a coming storm. And there, nestled between a volume on ocean tides and one on mountain echoes, was the book Kael sought, bound in silver-blue leather that felt like cool water to the touch. But as he reached for it, the lumina trilled a warning, a cascade of amber light. From the shadows emerged a creature of melancholy, a shade weaver. It was not evil but lonely, a being made from forgotten memories and lost sighs. It communicated not in light or sound but in temperature, a cold touch that spoke of isolation. It guarded the book not out of malice, but because it contained the very song of connection, something it had never known. Kael felt a chill wrap around his heart. He could have turned away, could have searched for another path. But he remembered his grandmother's words, "Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is understand what frightens you." So he sat. He did not reach for the book. Instead, he unfolded his blanket, the one that smelled of cinnamon and home, and wrapped it around his shoulders. Then, softly, he began to hum. It was no magical tune, just a lullaby his grandmother sang, one that spoke of steady hands and kind eyes. The shade weaver stilled, its form flickering like a dying ember. Kael reached out, not for the book, but for the creature. His fingers brushed against its cool, mist-like form. And in that touch, he shared warmth. He shared memory, the feel of sun on skin, the sound of shared laughter, the taste of fresh-baked bread. He shared home. The shade weaver did not pull away. Instead, it leaned into the touch, and its coldness softened into something like gratitude. It moved aside, and the book drifted gently into Kaelin's waiting hands. He did not need to read it. As his fingers traced the water-like text, the song unfolded in his mind, a melody of underground streams and patient roots, of rain that nourishes and rivers that remember. It was a song of return. The lumina glowed with approval, a soft, gold-green light that filled the atrium with the scent of blooming jasmine. Together they retraced their steps, past the stone giants who nodded in silent respect, through the archways that chimed a little sweeter now, and back to the edge of the Ethereum. Kael returned to his village as the first stars pricked the evening sky. He stood by the silent spring, closed his eyes, and let the song flow from him, not in a loud voice, but in a whisper, as though sharing a secret with the earth. And the spring remembered. It began to murmur, then to chuckle, then to sing. Water, clear and cool, bubbled up from below, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and renewal. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by lanterns and wonder. Flowers lifted their heads, and the world felt whole again. That night, as Kael wrapped himself in his grandmother's blanket, he looked up at the sky. Somewhere between the dimensions of dreams and waking, a library drifted, and a creature of light and a being of mist kept watch over stories yet to be discovered. And he knew, as sure as he knew the scent of cinnamon and the feel of wool, that every act of kindness, every shared understanding, became part of that great and humming library, a song that would never truly be forgotten. And in the gentle silence that followed, sleep came like a soft tide, carrying him into dreams of floating lanterns and whispered harmonies, where every heart found its melody, and no one was ever truly alone. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glowcap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight. You must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers. The foxes bowed their heads. We'll protect the balanced stone, promised the russet one, and teach others its song. Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while Bramble and Moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glow caps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl. Her voice was like chiming bells. I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help? Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek? Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Ah, Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook's silver thread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. where time flows back," Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick, tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. "Has it done this before?" "Only when something in the heavens shifts," the clockmaker replied. "But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister." Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the Seven Sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? And why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook's silver thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script, where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. "Piper," Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. "What's the matter?" The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. "Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone, and the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong." Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. "You have a kind heart, Piper," Arden said softly. But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains. Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, seek the path where time flows back. It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers, who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the seven sisters, forever home where they belonged. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. "The Naiad." Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the Heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the Heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the Heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the Heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots, where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny, bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss." "Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a Thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. "But things aren't right," Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. "The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the Vale's light is draining away." Quill's small face was etched with worry. "The Heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails." He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the Heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The Heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thornkin avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the Vale. His own restlessness had found purpose. I have to try, Quill, he said, his voice quiet but firm. The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way? Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet. Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. Echo wraiths, Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here. Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. Lost, always lost, hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. Pointless, you can't help, murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. Cold, so cold, alone, a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood. Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. Seek the heartwood, find the light, he repeated silently, like a mantra. I am here to help. The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. That's it. Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. Your light drives them back, keep going. Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, left, no, your other left, you great lump, they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. What do we do? Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? Oliver. Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil. Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted. Not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it," he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. "The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it?" Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the vale like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. "You know," Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, "I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match." He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the vale, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. "Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back?" Quill puffed out his chest. "Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths." Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, "The seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit through the old oak if you promise not to step on the moss." Oliver grinned. "I promise." When it was time to leave, the Vale creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The Heartwood Seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. "Remember," Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, "and watch your step." "I will, Quill," Oliver said, crouching down. "Thank you for everything." Quill shuffled his feet. "Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this." He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the Vale's starlight. "To remind you." Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. "I'll treasure it." He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the Heartwood Seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the vale's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. In the quiet corner of the whirlpool galaxy, where stardust gathered like powdered sugar on a cosmic confection, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a place of cold metal and blinking lights, but rather a living garden that floated among the nebulae, its walls made of crystalline structures that hummed gentle lullabies when starlight touched them just so. Here, two unlikely friends had found one another. Kael came from a world where the oceans sang and the forests glowed with soft blue light. His people communicated through shifting patterns of color that danced across their skin, a language of emotions made visible. When he was happy, his skin shimmered like sunlight on water. When thoughtful, it swirled with deep indigo patterns like ink dropped in milk. He had journeyed to Starlight Haven to tend its gardens, for his touch could make even the most stubborn star blossoms unfurl their petals. Then there was Zorblix, who hailed from a planet where the mountains chimed like crystal bells and the rivers flowed with liquid silver. His species spoke through harmonies, soft chimes and melodies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. His body was covered in delicate, overlapping scales that caught the light and cast rainbow patterns on the walls, and when he moved, he left behind a trail of faint, musical notes that hung in the air like forgotten dreams. They met in the heart of the station's garden, where plants from 1,000 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Kael was tending to a cluster of moonvines that refused to bloom, his skin pulsing with frustrated orange swirls. Zorblix approached with a curious chime, his scales tinkling like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. He reached out a 3-fingered hand, and from his fingertips emerged a soft, encouraging melody that sounded like raindrops on leaves. At first, their communication was a comedy of errors. When Kaelin's skin flashed bright yellow with excitement, Zorblix misinterpreted it as alarm and responded with anxious, discordant notes. When Zorblix produced a cheerful ascending scale, Kael thought it sounded mournful and responded with sympathetic violet patterns. They would often find themselves in bewildering conversations, where Kael would show appreciation with emerald green spirals, only to have Zorblix answer with what sounded like a sad farewell melody. But in their shared love for the garden, they found common ground. They discovered that when Kaelin's skin glowed with soft pink light, the color of contentment, and Zorblix hummed a particular G minor chord, the moonvines finally burst into spectacular bloom, their flowers opening to reveal tiny constellations inside. Together, they decided to create a special place within the garden, a sanctuary they called the Nebula Nook. They WTO'd their floating crystals that caught starlight and scattered it in prismatic patterns across mossy banks. They cultivated plants that responded to both color and sound, creating a living symphony of light and music. There were whispering ferns that rustled in harmony with Zorblix's scales and glow mushrooms that pulsed in time with Kaelin's emotional hues. One evening, as the station drifted through a particularly beautiful nebula that painted the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and peach, they experienced their first true misunderstanding. Zorblix had been working on a special project, a fountain made of singing crystals that would flow with liquid light. Wanting to surprise Kael, he worked in secret, creating complex melodies that required intense concentration. Kael, seeing his friend constantly producing tense, sharp notes and avoiding their usual time together, assumed Zorblix was angry with him. His skin took on worried gray patterns, and he began spending more time alone with the star blossoms, which drooped in response to his sadness. The misunderstanding lasted for 3 rotations of the station, around a nearby star. The garden began to suffer, flowers closed their petals, and the usually cheerful glow orbs dimmed. Finally, Zorblix completed his surprise and came to find Kael chiming excitedly. He found his friend sitting beneath the weeping willows of Xylos, his skin a dull, unhappy gray. With a confused series of notes, Zorblix approached. Kael looked up, his patterns flashing briefly with hope before settling back into gloomy gray. It was then that Zorblix realized what had happened. In his culture, working alone to create a gift was a sign of deep respect, but to Kael's people, spending time apart indicated displeasure. Zorblix gently took Kael's hand and led him to the nebula nook. There, in the center of their sanctuary, stood the most beautiful fountain either of them had ever seen. Crystalline structures rose like frozen music, flowing with liquid starlight that cascaded down in shimmering sheets. As the light flowed, it produced harmonies that changed with the patterns of the nebula outside. Understanding dawned on Kael, and his skin erupted in a fireworks display of joyful colors, golden sunbursts, happy cerulean waves, and grateful violet blossoms. Zorblix responded with a melody that sounded like laughter made into music. They sat together by the fountain, their misunderstanding washed away by the beauty they had created together. From that day on, they developed their own language, a blend of color and sound that was uniquely theirs. Kael learned to distinguish Zorblix's working concentration melody from his distressed chords, and Zorblix came to understand the difference between Kael's excited yellow and anxious yellow. Their favorite times were when they would sit in their nebula nook, watching distant stars being born and dying in spectacular supernovas. Kael's skin would glow with soft, contented patterns that mirrored the cosmic dance outside, while Zorblix would produce gentle, ambient music that harmonized with the universe's silent song. One particularly magical night, as a shower of shooting stars painted silver trails across the observation dome, they experienced something extraordinary. Kael was watching the display, his skin reflecting the starlight in odd silver patterns, while Zorblix produced a melody that sounded like stars twinkling. Without thinking, they reached for each other's hands. As their fingers touched, something miraculous happened. Kael's color patterns flowed up Zorblix's arm, tracing glowing patterns across his scales, while Zorblix's music seemed to vibrate through Kael, causing his skin to shimmer in time with the melody. For a breathtaking moment, they understood each other completely, not through color or sound, but through something deeper, something that needed no translation. It was the pure language of friendship, transcending worlds and species. They sat there for hours, not needing to communicate in any way but simply being together, two souls from different stars understanding that kindness needs no dictionary, that compassion has no language barrier, and that the quiet company of a true friend is the universal translator of the heart. As the space station drifted peacefully through the cosmos, its garden blooming with intergalactic flora and its crystals humming soft lullabies, the two friends continued their watch. They knew that no matter how far they were from their home planets, they had found something more valuable than any starlight or melody, a friendship that proved that across the vast, star-dusted expanse of the universe, all beings speak the same language when they speak from the heart. And in their nebula nook, with the fountain singing its liquid light melodies and the flowers glowing in response to their combined presence, they created a small corner of the cosmos where differences were celebrated, misunderstandings became opportunities for laughter, and kindness was the only technology that truly mattered. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow. Autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a silver stream river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. Not the loud, flashy kind that shoots sparks or turns pumpkins into carriages, but a gentle, humming magic that lived in the dew on spiderwebs and the scent of rain-soaked earth. The village clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like crystal bells, wind chimes made of seashells tinkled from every porch, and most nights the sky above Glimmerbrook shimmered with more stars than anywhere else in the world. That is, until one Tuesday evening, when young Finn noticed something odd. Finn was a boy with curious eyes and a habit of noticing things others overlooked, the way ants marched in precise formations, the secret messages in the rings of tree stumps, the slight hum the river made just before dawn. That night, as he lay on his woolen blanket in the backyard, tracing the familiar shapes of constellations, he saw it. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. Not clouded over. Not faded. Simply gone. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old maps were pulled from dusty drawers, and nursery rhymes were recited with new urgency. Mrs. Willow, who ran the tea shop, remembered a verse her grandmother used to sing. When the dipper loses its light, seek the place where day meets night, where silver flows and memories bloom. Find the key to end the gloom. It must be the old sundial in the meadow, declared Mayor Thistle, adjusting his spectacles. Where day meets night, that's dawn or dusk, and silver flows, the river runs nearby. So at twilight the whole village trooped down to the sundial, lanterns in hand. But as the sun dipped below the hills, they noticed something else peculiar. The shadow on the sundial was moving backward. Murmurs rustled through the crowd like autumn leaves. Time itself seemed to be flowing in reverse. Clocks in pockets tick-tocked erratically, and the village bell tower chimed 7 times, then 6, then 5. But Finn stood quietly watching. He noticed that the flowers around the sundial, moon petals which usually glowed silver at night, were shifting through colors, blue, then violet, then a soft rosy pink. And he saw that the backward-moving shadow pointed not toward the river, but toward the ancient oak tree at the edge of the woods, where a single forgotten wind chime hung, singing a lonely tune. Maybe, Finn said softly, the silver that flows isn't the river. Maybe it's the sound of the chimes. Some villagers shrugged and followed the mayor back toward town, convinced the sundial was a red herring. But Finn stayed, listening as the wind played its melody on the seashell chimes. He remembered another rhyme, once sung to children at bedtime. Listen close when chimes take flight. They guard the dreams we dream at night. Each note a star, each star a sigh, beneath the watchful, loving sky. As the last note faded, Finn noticed something glimmering at the base of the oak tree, a tiny, star-shaped key half buried in the moss. He picked it up, and as he did, the moon petals around him settled into a steady, gentle silver once more. But the stars were still missing. The following day brought another mystery, the village's famous rainbow roses, flowers that naturally displayed all the colors of the spectrum, had all turned the same shade of deep indigo. And the town's clocks were now striking the same hour over and over. "It's the work of the shadow sneaker," whispered the baker's son, referring to a mythical creature from local folklore said to tangle thoughts and hide things for fun. But Finn didn't think so. He spent the afternoon sitting near the shell chimes, watching the petals shift color and listening to the repetitive ding-dong of the clock tower. He noticed that whenever the wind stilled, the roses slowly returned to their rainbow hues. And whenever the clock struck 3, the missing stars, or at least their light, flickered faintly overhead like echoes. That evening, as a soft rain began to fall, pattering gently on rooftops and leaves, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. "I don't think anything is broken," he said. "And I don't think anyone is doing this to be mean. I think the stars, the time, the colors, they're all trying to tell us something." He held up the star-shaped key. "The rhymes and the maps weren't misleading us, we were just reading them too literally. Where day meets night isn't just a place, it's a moment, and silver flows isn't just water or sound, it's starlight." Then Finn did something nobody expected. He didn't use the key on a lock or a door. Instead, he walked to the center of the village, where an old, carved stone well stood, the wishing well of Glimmerbrook, which was said to collect dreams and reflections. As the clock struck the half-hour, Finn dropped the key into the well. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from the depths, a soft silver light began to glow. It rose like mist, swirling and dancing in the rain-damp air, and as it floated upward, the missing stars reappeared in the sky, brighter and more beautiful than ever. The moon petals gleamed, the rainbow roses shimmered back into their full spectrum, and the clock tower chimed the correct time, a clear, confident note that rang through the valley. From the well emerged a small, shy creature with eyes like molten amber and a coat that shifted like twilight. It was a memory keeper, a gentle being that fed on happy moments and sometimes, when lonely, borrowed bits of time and light to feel less alone. It had been hiding in the well, unintentionally causing the strange happenings by tugging on the threads of magic that connected the village. The villagers weren't angry. How could they be? They saw the loneliness in the creature's eyes and understood. That night they shared stories and songs by the well, offering memories like gifts. The taste of first snowfall, the warmth of a shared laugh, the comfort of a hand held in the dark. And as they did, the memory keeper glowed brighter, and the magic of Glimmerbrook settled back into its gentle rhythm, deeper and stronger now, woven through with a new thread of belonging. From then on, the people of Glimmerbrook made a tradition of gathering at the well on rainy evenings, sharing small joys under the starlit sky. The wind chimes sang sweeter, the flowers bloomed brighter, and Finn continued to notice the small, beautiful things, knowing that sometimes the greatest mysteries are not meant to be solved, but shared. And high above, the stars shone on, safe and eternal, each one a reminder that even what seems lost is often just waiting for the right moment to be found again. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air. for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make." Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a young stargazer named Finn. Every evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 times with its gentle bronze tones, Finn would climb to his rooftop observatory to chart the constellations. The village took great comfort in knowing their stars were being watched over, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars above were woven into the very fabric of their dreams. But one autumn evening, as the first crisp winds began to play with the wind chimes hanging from every porch, Finn noticed something peculiar. The constellation called the Silver Swan, which normally shone with 7 bright stars, appeared to have only 6. At first he thought it might be a wisp of cloud obscuring his view, but as the nights passed, more stars began to vanish from the sky, always one from each constellation, leaving patterns incomplete like unfinished poems. The villagers began whispering about the missing stars as they gathered around their hearths. Old maps were unfurled, and elders recited nursery rhymes passed down through generations, searching for clues. The most puzzling verse came from a rhyme children sang while skipping stones across the brook. When silver swans lose feathers bright, and dancing bears missteps at night, seek where time flows both back and forth, to find what's lost and prove its worth. Finn decided to investigate, armed with nothing but his telescope, a warm lantern, and his grandmother's start chart embroidered on cloth. His first thought was to visit the clockmaker, whose magnificent tower clock was rumored to occasionally tick backwards during the harvest moon. But the clockmaker, a kind old man with spectacles perched on his nose, assured Finn that his clock had been keeping perfect time, though he did mention something curious. The wind chimes outside his workshop had been playing melodies backwards all week. Following this clue, Finn wandered toward the edge of the woodland glen, where the most magnificent wind chimes hung from ancient oak trees. As he walked, a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on fallen leaves and creating a soothing rhythm. The wind chimes indeed tinkled in reverse, their usually cheerful notes now sounding like echoes from yesterday. It was there that Finn met a little girl trying to catch raindrops in a cup. She explained that the flowers around her cottage had been changing colors, blue petals turning green, red blossoms shifting to violet, and that her favorite yellow daisies now glowed silver at night. Finn wondered if these color changes were connected to the missing stars. He spent the next day visiting each house where strange occurrences had been reported. The baker showed him loaves of bread that rose then sank back into dough. The weaver demonstrated how her threads sometimes unwove themselves. Yet each peculiarity led not to answers but to delightful discoveries. The backwards rising bread made the most delicious toast, and the unweaving threads created beautiful new patterns. Just when Finn began to feel hopeless, he remembered the nursery rhyme's mention of where time flows both back and forth. He realized the answer wasn't in the clock tower or the wind chimes themselves, but in their relationship to each other. Every evening at precisely 7, the clock tower chimed while the wind played the chimes. But recently the wind had been blowing from the east instead of the west, making the chimes sound backwards. Finn consulted his star charts and discovered something remarkable. The missing stars corresponded exactly to the positions where the village lanterns were brightest each evening. The community had been lighting more lanterns as the nights grew longer, and their collective glow was obscuring the faintest stars from view. The solution wasn't to find something lost, but to see what had been there all along. Finn gathered the villagers in the town square as twilight descended. He explained that the stars hadn't vanished. They were merely waiting patiently behind the veil of their own light. Together, they decided to create a new tradition. Each evening, they would dim their lanterns for 1 hour and simply watch the stars, appreciating their gentle glow. That night, as the clock chimed 7, and the wind chimes played their proper melody in the western breeze, the villagers watched in wonder as every missing star reappeared in the dark velvet sky. The silver swan glowed with all 7 stars again, and the constellations shone complete and brilliant. From then on, Starfall Hollow became known not just for watching stars, but for understanding them. The peculiar happenings gradually returned to normal. The flowers kept their daytime colors, the bread rose properly, and the threads held their weave. But the villagers had learned to appreciate the magic in everyday mysteries. And as Finn closed his observatory each night, he would smile at the sound of the gentle rain and wind chimes, knowing that sometimes the greatest discoveries come not from searching for what's missing, but from appreciating what has been there all along, waiting patiently for us to see it in a new light. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort. Shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. It's okay, Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. It's just a storm, it's just change, you're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow. He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a whispering pine forest, where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home stood alone, with only the company of rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl to break the silence of the evenings. Though she loved her little house with its thatched roof and warm hearth, Lyra often felt a quiet loneliness settle around her shoulders like a shawl she hadn't chosen to wear. One autumn evening, as the last rays of sun painted the sky in shades of violet and gold, Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, watching the flames dance and listening to their gentle hiss and pop. The firelight cast shifting patterns upon the walls, creating shadow creatures that leapt and twirled before disappearing into the corners of the room. As she stirred the embers with an iron poker, something unusual caught her eye. A small, smooth stone nestled deep within the ashes, glowing with a soft, pulsing light the color of warm honey. Curious, Lyra reached carefully into the warmth and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in her palm, radiating a comforting heat that seemed to seep right into her bones. As she held it closer, she noticed intricate patterns etched upon its surface, swirling lines that reminded her of tree rings or perhaps the path of a meandering stream. The stone pulsed rhythmically, almost as if it were breathing in time with her own heartbeat. That night, Lyra placed the glowing stone on her bedside table, where its gentle light cast a golden circle upon her pillow. As she drifted toward sleep, she found herself dreaming of a hidden path through the forest, illuminated by stones just like this one, each pulse of light beckoning her forward. When morning came, mist clung to the pine trees like silver lace, and Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her soul that she must follow the dream's calling. She packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, a flask of cool water, and her warmest woolen cloak. Most importantly, she tucked the glowing stone into a small pouch that hung around her neck, its warmth a constant companion against her chest. The forest welcomed her with a chorus of rustling leaves and birdsong. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny fairies in the air. Lyra walked for what felt like hours, following no path she could see with her eyes, but rather the gentle pull she felt from the stone against her heart. Just as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and rose, Lyra heard a sound that made her pause, a soft, whimpering cry that seemed to come from behind a thicket of blackberry bushes. Pushing aside the thorny branches with careful hands, she discovered a most unusual creature. It was smaller than a fox, but larger than a squirrel, with fur the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver. One of its back legs was caught in a tangle of vines, and it looked up at Lyra with a mixture of fear and hope. The creature made no move to flee as she approached slowly, her movements gentle and deliberate. "Hello there," Lyra whispered, her voice soft as the evening breeze. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble." The creature blinked its luminous eyes and made a soft chittering sound. Lyra noticed that where the vines touched its leg, the fur had begun to glow with the same golden light as her stone. She reached into her pouch and drew out the glowing rock, holding it carefully toward the trapped animal. As the stone's light fell upon the vines, something remarkable happened. The tangled plants began to loosen their grip, unwinding themselves as if responding to a silent command. Within moments the creature was free, though it made no move to run away. Instead, it limped toward Lyra and nuzzled her hand with a cool, damp nose. "You're hurt," Lyra murmured, noticing the slight swelling where the vines had been. She rummaged in her satchel and found a cloth, which she dampened with water from her flask. Gently she cleaned the creature's leg, all the while humming a soft tune her grandmother had taught her long ago. As she worked, the creature's fur began to glow more brightly, and Lyra realized with wonder that the stone around her neck was pulsing in time with the light emanating from the animal. When she finished tending to the injury, the creature stood and tested its weight on the leg, finding it strong once more. It looked at Lyra with those silver eyes, and made a series of musical chirps before turning and limping slowly into the deepening shadows between the trees. Lyra assumed this was farewell, but after taking a few steps, the creature paused and looked back at her, chirping insistently. Understanding dawned. She was being invited to follow. The twilight creature led her along a path, so hidden that Lyra would never have found it on her own. Moss-covered stones formed a natural staircase downward into a small valley, where the air grew warmer and carried the scent of blooming night flowers. Fireflies began to appear, their tiny lights flickering like scattered embers in the gathering dark. Just as the last light faded from the sky, they arrived at the entrance to what appeared to be a vast, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide enough that 5 people holding hands might not have been able to circle it, and its branches stretched toward the stars like arms raised in celebration. Light spilled from an opening in the trunk, a warm, golden glow that pulsed in the same rhythm as Lyra's stone. The creature chirped encouragingly and slipped through the opening. Taking a deep breath, Lyra followed. Inside, she found herself in a space that seemed far larger than the tree should have been able to contain. The walls curved upward into a dome, and the entire chamber glowed with the same golden light that came from her stone. Dozens of creatures similar to the one she had rescued moved about the space, their twilight-colored fur glowing softly as they went about their tasks. Some tended to crystalline plants that grew from the walls, while others gathered around what appeared to be a central hearth, though no fire burned there. Only a large, gently pulsing stone similar to Lyra's, but as large as her head. An older creature with silver streaks in its fur and eyes that held the wisdom of countless seasons approached Lyra. It chirped a greeting, and though Lyra couldn't understand the words, she felt the meaning in her heart: welcome, gratitude, and curiosity. The creature she had rescued came forward and nuzzled her hand again before turning to the elder and chirping what sounded like an explanation. The elder listened intently, then looked at Lyra with newfound respect in its shimmering eyes. It gestured for her to follow toward the central hearth. As they approached the large glowing stone, Lyra felt the stone around her neck grow warmer, pulsing faster as if in recognition. The elder creature placed a paw upon the large stone and looked expectantly at Lyra. Understanding, she removed her own stone from its pouch and held it toward the larger one. As the two stones drew near each other, a beautiful thing happened. Beams of light connected them, weaving patterns in the air like golden thread. Images began to form within the light, Lyra finding the stone in her fireplace, her journey through the forest, her helping the injured creature. The elder creature chirped softly, and Lyra suddenly understood that these stones were connected to the heart of the forest itself. They were given only to those with kind hearts, those who could help maintain the balance between the human world and this hidden realm. The creature she had rescued had been a guardian sent to find her, to test her worthiness. Lyra spent what felt like days in that magical tree, though time seemed to move differently there. The twilight creatures taught her their ways, how to listen to the whispers of the trees, how to understand the language of the wind, how to use the glowing stones to heal small injuries in the forest. She learned that the stones drew their power from acts of kindness and connection, growing brighter with each good deed. She discovered that her loneliness had faded, replaced by a sense of belonging she had never known before. The creatures became her friends, their musical chirps and soft nuzzles speaking more clearly than words ever could. They showed her secret clearings where mushrooms glowed with soft blue light, and hidden streams where the water sparkled with starlight even during the day. But as all journeys must, this one eventually reached its turning point. Lyra knew she couldn't stay forever in this hidden world, much as she might wish to. The elder creature approached her one evening as she sat watching the fireflies' dance patterns in the air outside the great tree. It chirped softly, and Lyra understood that it was time for her to return home. Her stone had absorbed enough of the forest's wisdom to continue glowing, and she now carried within her the knowledge of this hidden world. The elder pressed its forehead to hers, and in that moment, Lyra felt a wave of gratitude and love that brought tears to her eyes. The creature she had first rescued, whose name in their language translated roughly to evening song, would accompany her back to the edge of the forest. As they prepared to leave, the elder brought Lyra a small sapling with leaves that shimmered with the same golden light as the stones. This, she understood, was to be planted near her home, a connection between her world and theirs. The journey back seemed shorter, perhaps because Lyra now knew the way, or perhaps because her heart felt lighter than it ever had before. Evening Song walked beside her, occasionally chirping a melody that sounded like the forest itself breathing. When they reached the edge of the woods, where Lyra's cottage stood waiting with warm light in its windows, the creature nuzzled her hand one last time, before turning and disappearing back into the shadows between the trees. Lyra stood for a moment, breathing in the familiar air of home, before moving to plant the shimmering sapling near her front door. As she placed it in the earth, she felt her stone pulse warmly against her chest, and she knew the tree would grow strong and true. Inside her cottage, the fireplace had burned down to embers, yet the room felt warmer than she remembered. Lyra placed her stone on the mantelpiece, where it cast its gentle golden light throughout the room. She realized then that the loneliness she had carried for so long had been transformed during her journey, not vanished entirely, but changed into something new. She now carried within her the memory of friendship, the warmth of connection, and the knowledge that magic existed just beyond sight, waiting for those with kind hearts to discover it. That night, as Lyra lay in bed watching the stone's light pulse softly on her ceiling, she understood that her journey had been about more than finding a hidden world. It had been about finding a part of herself she hadn't known was missing, the part that could see magic in ordinary things, that could be a friend to those in need, that could carry light into darkness. Outside her window, the newly planted tree began to grow at an impossible rate, its branches stretching toward the sky, and its leaves shimmering with golden light that mingled with the silver of the moonbeams. The forest seemed to sigh contentedly, and in the distance, if one listened very carefully, they might have heard the faintest musical chirping carried on the night breeze. Lyra closed her eyes, a small smile gracing her lips as she drifted into dreams of glowing stones and twilight creatures, of friendship found and loneliness transformed. And in her cottage at the edge of the whispering forest, with the fire reduced to embers and a magical stone pulsing gently on the mantle, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, knowing that she was never truly alone, and that the world held more wonder than she had ever imagined. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley. The great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. "Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener," rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. "The earth knows when we cling too tightly." Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. "What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals?" "Ah," hummed Grand Willow. "But what if they become something new?" Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. "Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already." Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. "Come see." Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. "The magic's touching me already." "Not touching," corrected Grand Willow gently. "Responding." Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. "Change is a storm," Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. "It breaks things." Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. "Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, 'Be patient. Your light needs time to find its song.'" The firefly whirled joyfully. "Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, Silas." That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. "Trust," whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. "They're part of you now," Grand Willow murmured. "Breathe." Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. "You're growing with it," she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, "Rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter." In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In a valley nestled between gentle, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kael. His world was one of quiet routines, of helping his grandmother tend their small garden and listening to the old stories she would tell by the hearth each evening. But Kael often felt a peculiar emptiness, a quiet yearning he couldn't quite name. It was as if a part of him was waiting, like a seed buried deep in winter soil, for a warmth it could not yet feel. One evening, as the autumn sun dipped below the hills, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Kaelin's grandmother placed a small, smooth stone in his palm. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple gray river stone, cool to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice soft as the wool of her shawl. He called it an ember stone. He said it held a memory of light. Kael turned the stone over in his hand. It felt inert, just a rock. But that night, as he lay in his bed, a sliver of moonlight fell across the windowsill where he had placed it. And in the heart of the stone, a faint, warm glow began to pulse, soft and rhythmic, like a sleeping creature's breath. A gentle heat radiated from it, not enough to burn, but enough to comfort, like a sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. He fell asleep watching its gentle thrum, and for the first time in a long while, his dreams were not of searching, but of a soft, golden light. The next morning the stone was cold and gray once more. But the memory of its glow stayed with Kael, a quiet ember in his mind. He began to carry the stone with him, tucked safely in his pocket. Days turned into weeks, and the stone remained dormant, a silent companion. Yet Kael found himself noticing more, the way the morning dew caught the light on a spider's web, the intricate pattern of frost on a leaf, the comforting scent of wood smoke that always clung to his grandmother's clothes. His world, once simple, began to feel deeper, richer, as if he were seeing it through a new, softer lens. Then, on an afternoon when the world was hushed under a thick blanket of mist, Kael followed the path that led into the ancient willow woods at the edge of the valley. The air was cool and damp, filled with the rich, earthy smell of decaying leaves and wet bark. The further he walked, the thicker the mist became, until the familiar path faded into a world of soft, gray silence. He was lost. A small panic began to flutter in his chest. He reached into his pocket, his fingers closing around the cool, smooth surface of the ember stone. Almost instinctively, he whispered into the quiet, "I wish I knew the way." And in the palm of his hand, the stone began to warm. The faint, golden glow returned, pulsing softly. It was not a beacon, but a gentle suggestion. He held it out before him, and as he took a tentative step forward, the glow seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Another step, and it dimmed. He changed direction, and the soft light grew stronger again. Guided by this quiet, pulsing light, Kael ventured deeper into the woods. The mist began to change, too. It was no longer a cold, gray veil, but now swirled with hints of color, pale gold and the faintest blush of rose. The air grew warmer, carrying new scents, honeyed nectar and blooming night flowers. The sounds of the ordinary woods, the chatter of squirrels, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 distant bees singing a lullaby. He stepped through a curtain of hanging ivy, and the world transformed. He stood at the edge of a hidden glen he had never seen before, a place that seemed woven from magic and twilight. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting a soft, blue-green light. Willows with silver leaves wept glowing pollen that drifted lazily on the warm air, like tiny stars. In the center of the glen, a stream gurgled not with water, but with what looked like liquid amber, flowing slowly and emitting a soothing, honey-sweet warmth. This was the Glimmerglen, a secret heart of the world, pulsing with a gentle, ancient life. And there, sitting by the amber stream, was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Its fur was the color of a smoldering autumn fire, shades of russet and copper that seemed to shift in the soft light. Its eyes were not the sharp, clever eyes of a wild creature, but deep and knowing, the color of melted chocolate, and they held a kindness that immediately put Kael at ease. Most astonishing of all, from the tip of its bushy tail wafted a soft, shimmering smoke that curled and danced in the air, forming intricate, fleeting patterns before dissolving into nothingness. The fox did not startle. It simply turned its head and regarded Kael with a calm curiosity. "Hello," Kael said, his voice barely a whisper in the enchanted silence. The fox dipped its head in a graceful nod. "You found your way," it said, its voice not a sound heard by the ears, but a thought that bloomed gently in Kaelin's mind. It was a warm, raspy voice, like the rustle of dry leaves. The Emberstone remembers the path for those who have forgotten. You can talk. Kaelin asked, though it felt a silly question in such a place. In a manner of speaking, the fox replied, a hint of amusement in its mental tone. Here thoughts are clearer, less noisy. I am Fable. Thus began an unexpected friendship. Kaelin visited the Glimmerglen whenever he could, guided by the now reliably glowing Emberstone. Fable became his guide and his friend. The fox showed him the wonders of the hidden glen, the fields of flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, the pools where the light pooled so thickly you could almost scoop it up in your hands, the ancient wise badger who spoke in riddles and whose fur was tangled with living moss. But Fable also shared a gentle mystery. The smoke from his tail, he explained, was not just for show. It was a reflection of the Glimmerglen's spirit. Lately, however, the patterns had become faint, the smoke thin and wispy. The light from the mushrooms seemed dimmer, the hum of the glen quieter. The heart of this place is a great luminy tree, Fable explained one evening as they sat by the amber stream. The smoke from his tail formed a sad, drooping spiral. Its roots drink from the stream of light, and its branches hold the sky in this place. But its light is fading, we do not know why, and as it fades, so does the Glimmerglen. The paths to your world will close, and this place will sleep, perhaps forever. Kaelin's own heart felt heavy. This place of warmth and gentle magic, this friendship that had warmed the lonely corners of his soul, was in peril. There must be something we can do, he said, the Emberstone in his pocket feeling warm against his leg, as if in agreement. Fable looked at him, his deep eyes thoughtful. The old stories say the lumini does not fade from lack of light, but from lack of memory. It needs to be reminded of what it is. It needs stories, true stories filled with feeling. But our stories here are all the same now, echoes of the same old magic. We need a story from the outside, a new kind of light. Kaelin understood. The mystery was not one to be solved with strength or cleverness, but with heart. He had to find the lumini tree and offer it a story. But what story did he have? His life was small and quiet. He was just a boy from the valley. The journey to the center of the Glimmerglen was not long, but it was profound. Fable led the way, his smoky tail leaving a faint, shimmering trail for Kaelin to follow. They walked through whispering grasses that sighed stories of the wind, past silent stones that held the memories of ancient times. The air grew thicker with the scent of nostalgia and sweet decay, and the light, while still beautiful, had a melancholy, twilight quality. And then they saw it. The lumine tree was immense, its bark smooth and pale like pearl. Its leaves were not green, but were made of captured starlight, and they should have been blazing like 1,000 tiny lanterns. Now they flickered weakly, and many had turned a dull gray and fallen to the ground, where they dissolved into faint motes of light. The great tree looked tired and sorrowful. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a hollow that pulsed with a slow, faint rhythm, the tree's fading heartbeat. Kaelin approached, feeling small and insignificant before the sleeping giant. He knelt by the hollow. He didn't know any grand tales of heroes or epic battles. He only knew his own small life. So he began to speak. He told the tree about the valley. He described the crunch of frost underfoot on a winter morning, the sound of his grandmother humming as she kneaded bread dough, the taste of sun-warmed strawberries from their garden. He spoke of the feeling of cool mud between his toes by the creek, and the safe, enveloping darkness of his bed at night. He talked about the emptiness he used to feel, and the day his grandmother gave him the stone. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket. It was glowing brightly now, its light a steady, warm gold. And this, he said, his voice full of emotion, this made me see it all. The emptiness wasn't because there was nothing there, but because I wasn't truly looking. My story isn't one of great adventures. It's a story of learning to see the light that was already there. As he spoke, pouring his simple, honest feelings into the words, the emberstone's glow intensified. It became a small sun in his hand, and a beam of warm, golden light streamed from it into the hollow at the base of the tree. The effect was immediate. The faint pulse within the tree quickened. A shiver ran through its great branches. One by one, the dull, gray leaves began to shimmer, flushing with silver and gold. The light spread from leaf to leaf, from branch to branch, until the entire tree was ablaze with a soft, magnificent radiance. It was not a blinding light, but a deep, resonant glow that filled the entire Glimmerglen, soaking into the very air and earth. The humming of the place returned, stronger and sweeter than before. The amber stream bubbled with renewed energy, and the glowing mushrooms shone with a joyful intensity. The world was waking up. Fable brushed against Kaelin's side, his fur warm. The smoke from his tail was now thick and vibrant, swirling into beautiful, complex patterns of joy and gratitude, swirling constellations and blooming flowers made of mist. You reminded it, Fable's voice whispered in his mind, thick with emotion. You reminded it that the smallest moments hold the greatest magic. Your story was the one it needed to remember its own. Kaelin sat back, watching the Lumini tree breathe light back into the world. He felt a profound sense of peace. He had not changed the world with a mighty deed. He had simply offered the truth of his own heart, and it had been enough. The emptiness inside him was gone, not because something missing had been found, but because he had finally learned how to see what had always been there. The journey back through the Glimmerglen was a celebration. The path was now clear and bright, and the air was filled with the soft, chiming laughter of the flowers. When they reached the curtain of ivy that separated the glen from his own world, Kaelin turned to Fable. "Will I be able to come back?" he asked. Fable nuzzled his hand. "The path is always open to you now," he said. "You carry its light inside you. You need only remember and wish to return." Kaelin stepped through the ivy and found himself on the familiar path at the edge of the willow woods. The mist had lifted, and the late afternoon sun cast long, golden shadows. The world looked the same, and yet completely different. He saw the beauty in the gnarled bark of the trees, heard the music in the chirping of the crickets, felt the history in the well-worn path beneath his feet. He was home, but he was changed. He had been transformed, not into someone new, but into more truly himself. That night by the crackling fireplace, his grandmother looked at him and smiled a knowing smile. "You found it," she said simply. Kaelin nodded, pulling the emberstone from his pocket. It was no longer a dull, gray river stone. It was now a deep, translucent amber, and in its heart a tiny, eternal flame flickered peacefully, casting a soft, warm glow on his palm. "I did," he said. "I found the story." He told her everything. He described the Glimmerglen, the amber stream, the wise and kind Fable, and the great Lumini tree. He spoke not with the excitement of a great adventure, but with the quiet reverence of a cherished memory. His grandmother listened, her knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with his story, her eyes reflecting the firelight and the light from the stone. When he finished, the room was quiet except for the gentle pop and crackle of the fire. The emberstone's glow seemed to sync with the flames, pulsing slowly and contentedly. "The light was never in the stone, my dear," his grandmother said, her voice as soft as the ember's glow. "It was always in you. The stone was just a mirror waiting for you to look into it." Kaelin knew she was right. He curled his fingers around the warm stone, its gentle heat a comforting presence. He was no longer a boy waiting for something to happen. He was a boy who knew how to find the magic in the everyday, who carried a hidden world of warmth inside him, and who had a friend in a fox made of smoke and stories. He went to bed that night, placing the glowing emberstone on his windowsill. As he drifted to sleep, he wasn't thinking of grand quests or distant lands. He was thinking of the sound of the fire downstairs, the feel of his woolen blanket, the scent of pine drifting through his window, and the simple, profound joy of a story shared. The gentle light from the stone pulsed softly, a silent lullaby of warmth and peace, guiding him into dreams of silver leaves and honeyed streams, and a friendship that would warm his heart for all the days to come. And in that perfect, peaceful resolution, he slipped into a deep and restful sleep, his world finally and completely aglow. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It wasn't the flashy kind that shot sparks or turned pumpkins into carriages, but something softer, woven into the very fabric of daily life. Wind chimes made of seashells and silver tinkled from every cottage eave, their melodies carried on the breeze. The village clock tower, ancient and wise, chimed not just the hours but also the seasons, its deep bronze bells ringing differently for autumn's crispness or spring's first blush. And every evening as dusk settled, the villagers would light their lanterns, casting a warm, golden glow that rivaled the stars beginning to pepper the twilight sky. Our story begins with a young baker named Rowan, whose kind heart was as warm as the ovens in which he baked his honey oat bread and lavender shortbread. Rowan noticed things others often overlooked, the way the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds, the particular scent of rain before it fell, the secret language of birdsong at dawn. He lived above his bakery, the gilded crust, and every night before bed he would open his window to count the stars, a ritual that brought him immense peace. But one evening, as Rowan leaned on his windowsill, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand, he noticed something odd. The constellation known as the Weaver's Spool, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed a delicate thread across the northern sky, was missing one of its gems. He blinked, thinking perhaps a wisp of cloud had drifted past. But no, the sky was clear, and the Weaver's Spool now had only 6 stars. Rowan felt a gentle tug of curiosity, not fear, but a sense that something in the harmonious order of Starlight Hollow had shifted. The next morning the village buzzed with other strange happenings. Old maps carefully preserved in the library seemed to have redrawn their streams and footpaths overnight. Flowers in Alara Meadow, which normally bloomed in soft pastels, had changed to vibrant, jewel-like hues overnight, ruby reds, sapphire blues, and emerald greens. And most peculiar of all, the village clock tower had begun chiming backwards, its bells ringing 9 times at 3 o'clock and 3 times at 9. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces lit with wonder and mild confusion. "It's the work of the Glimmer folk," declared Mr. Thistlewick, the clockmaker, adjusting his spectacles. "They've always been mischievous." Others whispered about forgotten spells or the shifting of ancient ley lines. But Rowan simply listened, his empathy sensing no malice, only a strange sort of longing behind these peculiar events. That afternoon, while delivering a basket of cinnamon buns to the village library, Rowan found the elderly librarian, Miss Juniper, humming an old nursery rhyme as she dusted the shelves. The tune was familiar, one every child in Starlight Hollow learned at their grandmother's knee. When the spool loses a thread, and the clock counts time in reverse, seek the key the stars have shed, in the map's forgotten verse. Rowan's ears perked up. "Miss Juniper," he said gently, "that rhyme, do you think it could be connected to what's happening?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "All old rhymes hold a kernel of truth, dear boy, but which kernel is the right one to plant?" She gestured to a wall of ancient, leather-bound books. "Somewhere in these pages lies the answer, if one has the patience to look." Rowan spent the rest of the day poring over books of folklore and star charts. He discovered that the Weaver's Spool constellation was tied to an old legend about a celestial weaver who mended the fabric of the night sky. If a star went missing, it was said, the weaver had dropped a thread that could be found somewhere on Earth, disguised as something ordinary. Meanwhile, the village continued to experience delightful oddities. thinking the backwards chiming of the clock tower was a clue, Mr. Thistlewick spent a day taking the clock apart, only to discover a family of songbirds had built a nest inside the mechanism, their sweet chirping somehow affecting the gears. It wasn't the solution to the mystery, but it was a joyful discovery, and the whole village came to admire the brave little birds. Another red herring emerged when the vibrant flowers in Alara Meadow were thought to be the key. The village children spent an afternoon following the color patterns, believing they formed a map. Instead, they found a hidden patch of the sweetest, ripest strawberries any of them had ever tasted, a delightful treasure that prompted an impromptu picnic. But Rowan, observing everything with quiet attention, noticed something else. Each time a peculiar event occurred, the wind chimes throughout the village would suddenly fall silent, as if holding their breath. And he remembered the nursery rhyme's last line, in the map's forgotten verse. He returned to the library and asked Miss Juniper about any maps that might include verses or poems. Her eyes lit up. Why, of course, the Starlight Atlas. She led him to a dusty corner and pulled out a large, rolled parchment. When they spread it on the table, Rowan saw it was no ordinary map. It depicted Starlight Hollow and the surrounding woods, but instead of place names, it was labeled with lines of poetry. One verse near the depiction of the weaver's spool constellation read, "Where the lost thread falls to earth, guarded by stones of ancient birth, listen not with ears but heart, for that is where the light will start." Rowan's empathy stirred. Guarded by stones of ancient birth, that could only refer to the standing stones in the Whispering Woods, a circle of ancient monoliths where the village held its annual Starlight Festival. And listen not with ears but heart, that meant the answer wasn't something to be heard but felt. That evening, as a gentle rain began to fall, its soft patter a soothing rhythm on the cobblestones, Rowan made his way to the standing stones. The woods were peaceful, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces glistening with raindrops. In the center of the circle, Rowan closed his eyes and did as the verse instructed. He listened with his heart. He felt a faint, warm pulse emanating from one of the smaller stones at the edge of the circle. Kneeling, he saw that a crack in the stone was glowing with a soft, silvery light. Carefully, he reached into the crack, and his fingers closed around something smooth and cool. He drew out a single, perfect crystal that shone with an inner light, as if it contained a tiny star. At that moment, the missing star in the weaver's spool constellation flickered back into place overhead. The village clock tower chimed correctly, a deep, resonant 9 times. The wind chimes, which had been silent, suddenly burst into a joyful, tinkling chorus. And the flowers in Alara Meadow slowly returned to their gentle pastel shades. But the mystery was not fully solved. Rowan brought the crystal back to the village square, where everyone had gathered under the now clear sky. As he held it up, the crystal pulsed with light, and from it emerged a faint, shimmering figure, the celestial weaver of legend. She was made of starlight and moonlight, and her voice was like the whisper of the wind through the pines. "Thank you, kind one," she said to Rowan. "I am Astris, the weaver of the night sky. I come to your village once every century to mend the fabric of the constellations, but this time I grew lonely. I wanted to remind you of the magic around you, to bring you together in wonder and curiosity, so I let a thread fall, and with it, a bit of playful chaos." She explained that the crystal was a star seed, a fragment of starlight that held the memory of the sky. It had been her way of inviting the villagers to look up, to remember the stories in the stars, and to connect with one another in solving a gentle mystery. The villagers listened, their hearts swelling with understanding. They hadn't been frightened by the peculiar events, only intrigued, brought closer by their shared curiosity. Mr. Thistlewick offered to help Astris by crafting a special compartment in the clock tower where the starseed could be kept safe, its light ensuring the clock would always chime true. The children who had found the strawberries promised to leave berry offerings at the standing stones each year in gratitude. And Rowan, whose empathy and observation had solved the mystery, was asked to become the keeper of the star seed, a role he accepted with humble joy. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow paid even more attention to the world around them. The music of the wind chimes, the patterns of the stars, the colors of the flowers. They understood that magic was not just in grand gestures, but in the gentle, everyday wonders, and in the bonds of community that grew stronger with each shared mystery. And as Rowan returned to his bakery that night, the gentle rain having ceased, he opened his window and looked up at the fully restored weaver's spool, its 7 stars twinkling brightly. The ambient sounds of the village, the distant, correct chiming of the clock tower, the soft tinkling of wind chimes, the rustle of the breeze through the pines, lulled him into a state of perfect peace. He knew that in Starlight Hollow, even the most peculiar happenings were simply reminders to listen with the heart, to observe with kindness, and to always, always look for the light in the darkness. And with that comforting thought, he drifted into a deep and dreamless sleep, under a sky now perfectly, beautifully whole. In the quiet, tucked-away village of Glimmerbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy rivers between cottages with thatched roofs, there was a sense of perpetual twilight, softened by the gentle hum of life. The air often carried the sweet scent of baking bread from the miller's wife, mingled with the earthy fragrance of damp moss after a rain. At the heart of the village stood an ancient clock tower, its brass hands moving with a soft, rhythmic tick-tock that echoed like a heartbeat through the lanes. Wind chimes hung from every eave tinkled melodies when the breeze danced through, and sometimes a gentle rain would patter on the leaves, adding its own whispered rhythm to the night. The people of Glimmerbrook were a kind-hearted lot, known for their warm smiles and readiness to share a story by the fireside. But lately a peculiar mystery had settled over the village, one that sparked curiosity rather than fear. It began when young Alara, no, not Alara, let's call her Anya, a girl with eyes as observant as an owl's and a heart that listened to the whispers of the world, noticed something odd. The stars above Glimmerbrook, usually a sparkling tapestry woven into the velvet sky, had started to vanish. Not all at once, but one by one, as if being plucked by an invisible hand. At the same time, the flowers in the village gardens, which typically bloomed in cheerful reds and yellows, began to shift hues overnight, roses turning azure, daisies flushing violet, as if painted by a dreamer's brush. Anya, who spent her days tending to her grandmother's garden and her evenings tracing constellations from her windowsill, felt a stir of wonder. She wasn't frightened. Instead, she was filled with a gentle curiosity, like the first sip of warm tea on a chilly evening. She decided to investigate, armed not with tools but with patience and empathy, for she believed that every mystery held a story waiting to be understood. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme that the village children sang while skipping rope near the clock tower. It went, "When the clock ticks backwards and the rain falls up, seek the map where the silver cup guides the way to the sleeping glen, where stars are borrowed and made again." Anya had heard this rhyme all her life, but now the words seemed to shimmer with new meaning. She wondered if the missing stars and the color-changing flowers were connected to this sleeping glen. But what did it mean for the clock to tick backwards? The village clock tower had always been steadfast, its hands moving forward with reliable grace. She began her investigation by visiting the eldest villager, Old Man Hemlock, who lived in a cottage surrounded by whispering pines. His home was filled with curiosities, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, shelves of leather-bound books, and a collection of antique maps. Anya found him sitting by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. "Grandfather Hemlock," she said softly, "have you noticed the stars disappearing, and the flowers changing colors?" The old man smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, young Anya, the world is full of wonders that come and go like the tides. but yes, I have seen such things before long ago. There's an old tale about a glen where time flows gently, sometimes even backwards, and where the stars go to rest. He showed her a faded map, drawn on parchment so thin it felt like butterfly wings. It depicted Glimmerbrook and the surrounding woodland, with a path leading to a place marked the Starfall Glen. But the path was incomplete, as if part of the map had been lost to time. "This map has been in my family for generations," Hemlock explained. "They say it holds the key to the glen, but no one has found the way in years." Anya studied the map carefully. She noticed that the constellations drawn along the edges, Orion's belt, the Big Dipper, seemed to align with the missing stars in the sky. Perhaps the stars weren't vanishing, but moving to this glen. But why? And what about the color-changing flowers? She decided to follow the clues, starting with the nursery rhyme. The rhyme mentioned a silver cup, which Anya remembered was part of the village's annual festival, used to drink from the wishing well. But the festival was months away. This felt like a red herring, but she followed it anyway. She went to the well, where the water shimmered with reflected starlight. As she peered into its depths, she didn't find answers about the stars, but she did notice that the flowers around the well had turned a deep, luminous green, a color she'd never seen before. It was a delightful discovery. The well's water seemed to have a nurturing effect on the plants, making them glow with health. She made a mental note to share this with the gardeners later. Next, Anya turned her attention to the clock tower. The rhyme spoke of the clock ticking backwards, but the tower's keeper, a meticulous man named Mr. Pendulum, assured her that nothing was amiss. "My clock has never missed a beat," he said, polishing the brass face with a cloth. But as they spoke, Anya heard a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a faint chime that seemed to echo backwards, like a melody played in reverse. Mr. Pendulum didn't notice, but Anya's sharp ears caught it. She wondered if this was a clue tied to the glen's backwards flowing time. She decided to explore the woodland beyond the village, taking the old map with her. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through leaves in dappled patterns, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. As she walked, she listened to the ambient sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, and the occasional chime from the village carried on the wind. She followed the path on the map, but it soon diverged into multiple trails, each looking equally inviting. Here, she encountered another red herring. She met a friendly badger who seemed to be leading her to a hidden cave, rumored to hold treasures. Anya followed, her empathy telling her the badger meant no harm. Inside the cave, she found not treasure but a collection of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with soft light, illuminating ancient drawings on the walls. The drawings depicted villagers from long ago dancing under a sky full of stars, with flowers that changed colors around them. It was a delightful discovery, a piece of history that showed Glimmerbrook had always been magical. The badger nuzzled her hand, as if thanking her for appreciating the art, and Anya felt a warm connection to the past. Returning to the map, Anya realized that the key might be in the constellation patterns. That night she sat on a hill overlooking the village, watching the sky. She saw that the missing stars formed a new pattern, one that resembled a pathway leading to the woods. Using the map, she aligned the drawn constellations with the sky, and noticed that the Big Dipper's handle pointed directly to a cluster of oak trees she had passed earlier. The next day, she ventured back to that spot. There, hidden behind a curtain of ivy, was a stone archway she had overlooked. Carved into the arch were words from the nursery rhyme, "Where stars are borrowed and made again." As she stepped through, the air grew still, and she heard the gentle sound of a stream flowing nearby. She had found the Starfall Glen. The glen was a breathtaking sight. It was a circular clearing surrounded by ancient trees, with a pool of water at its center that reflected the sky so perfectly it seemed like a second heaven. But the most astonishing thing was that time here felt different. She watched as a leaf fell from a tree, only to float upwards and reattach itself to a branch. The stream flowed backwards, bubbling towards its source. And above, the missing stars were gathered, floating like fireflies just above the treetops, casting a soft, silvery light. The flowers in the glen were in constant flux, shifting from blue to gold to pink, as if breathing with color. In the center of the glen, Anya found a group of gentle, luminous beings, forest spirits who tended the stars. They explained that every century, the stars grew weary from shining so brightly and needed to rest in the glen, where time flowed backwards to rejuvenate them. The color-changing flowers were a side effect, their pigments influenced by the stars' energy. The spirits had borrowed the stars temporarily, and the backwards time was a natural part of the cycle, meant to no one's harm. The spirits were surprised that Anya had found them, for most humans never noticed the subtle changes. But Anya's observation and empathy had led her to them. She learned that the nursery rhyme and the map were left by ancestors who knew of the glen, meant to guide curious souls in times of wonder. Anya returned to Glimmerbrook with the news. Instead of causing alarm, she gathered the villagers and shared her discovery. They were amazed and delighted. Old Man Hemlock smiled, saying, "So the old stories are true." Mr. Pendulum realized that the backwards chimes he'd occasionally heard were echoes from the glen, and the gardeners understood why their flowers were so vibrant. The mystery solved, the village decided to celebrate. They held a festival under the partially star-filled sky, with music from the wind chimes and the gentle rain adding its rhythm. They sang the nursery rhyme with new meaning, and Anya led a group to the glen, where the spirits welcomed them. Together, villagers and spirits shared stories and laughter, and the community grew closer, united by the wonder they had uncovered. As the stars gradually returned to the sky, shining brighter than ever, and the flowers settled into their normal hues, Glimmerbrook settled back into its cozy rhythm. Anya continued to watch the stars, now with a deeper understanding that some mysteries are not problems to be solved, but gifts to be cherished. And every time the clock tower chimed or the wind played its melodies, the villagers remembered the time when curiosity brought them all together, wrapping them in a blanket of shared magic and peace. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? His empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed and Silas understood. This was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Grandad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined Great-Aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can't see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But—" his small shoulders slumped. "The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever." Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. "The great echo, what is it? How can it fade?" "It's the heart song of the glen," Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. "A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer, well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening." Ben understood the unspoken plea. "Can I help? Can I go there through the cup?" Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. "Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping." Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. "You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben." The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of. a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. "We need to follow the fading song to its source," Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. "But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends." Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found?" "Both, perhaps, Zephyr," Thistle chuckled. "This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it." Zephyr buzzed excitedly. "Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy." She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. "I can guide you." Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. "A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain." His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. "We seek the source of the silence, Moss," Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. "The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones." Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. "He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come." The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at Moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. "Alone," he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. "The song hurt." "No," Ben said softly, still kneeling. "The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup." He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then, with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. "Gentle," he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. "Comfort." Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams.